Başlıyorum. Dear participants, welcome, and it's great to see lots of friends in the audience. Today, first of all, I would like to start my words by thanking Turkish Ministry for, and it is a long name, so excuse me for mentioning it. But thank you very much for the Turkish Minister to giving us this opportunity to organize this panel, this TÜSİAD and Chapter Zero's panel here in the pavilion. Today, you have been here for long. I mean, already half the COP has passed. And in that first half, I have heard in many panels, many people politely or sometimes very directly complaining about talking too much, but not talking about getting the actions. So I talked with the dear speakers and I requested that maybe we make this a little bit more of a panel on the challenges and how we get over those challenges. And then we talk more specifically on specifics of the climate change. And one thing that's important here is that according to IPCC, in the next 7-8 years, 43 percentage points of carbon emissions will be decreased. That's incredible. I mean, the amount we are talking means an incredible change in the corporate world, in the way that we are doing business. And here, I would like to give the first word to Hakan Bey. He is the CEO of Tefhan. Tefhan is a very prominent, as many of you know, a very prominent player and in the hotbed of climate change with fertilizers, construction, and agricultural practices. So Hakan Bey, how do you deal with this hotbed and this transition?
Thank you for the question. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it's a privilege for me to address to this esteemed assembly on behalf of Tefhan Holding. Tefhan Holding was established in Turkey over 7 decades ago, having its core operations spanning construction, agriculture, and other fields of operation. We have a significant presence in infrastructure building, production facilities building, fertilizer manufacturing, as well as agriculture. Our contribution to those industries are determined by our commitment to quality, sustainability, and innovation. One thing that I would like to underline while starting is a truth. Humanity, in essence, has profoundly contaminated the earth for decades. Industrial progress has come at a cost that is to our planet in terms of disruption of our ecosystems, rising global temperatures, and an uncertain future for the next generations to come. We do recognize 2 approaches to this problem, tackling of this crisis. The first solution is what we call an indirect approach. This is the approach while we attempt to reverse the harm already inflicted, restoring balance through sustainability efforts and mitigating emissions. The second approach we do undertake is more of a proactive approach where we are going beyond mitigation by reimagining the industries from the ground up, which means this is including adapting transformative technologies like green hydrogen projects to embed sustainability at every stage of our daily lives. As we operate in industries with high carbon impacts, as mentioned by Cevdet Bey, we recognize responsibility to align our business practices with global climate goals. This is why we are not only striving to grow, and innovate, but also to lead the way with sustainable practices to reduce emissions and support resilient ecosystems. My favorite in terms of our fight with decarbonization is actually agriculture and fertilizer manufacturing. So I will be more focusing to our efforts over there. Everybody would probably know that agriculture itself comprises 22% of global greenhouse gases. This is primarily composed of methane emissions from livestock, carbon dioxide from land usage changes, and nitrous oxide from soil management practices. Despite the environmental challenges, agriculture is crucial for the continuation of life on this earth. Sustainable agriculture supports food security, improves livelihoods, and protects our planet's resources. This makes agriculture a priority area in our daily lives. To mitigate the agricultural emissions, we are supporting farmers by implementing sustainable farming practices to reduce their carbon dioxide emissions while making their farming practices. The challenges in fertilizer manufacturing is as equally significant. Fertilizer production itself involves heavy usage of fossil fuels and it's very energy intensive. Fertilizer manufacturing globally comprises of 1.5% of total greenhouse gas emissions. And more than that, while farmers are using fertilizers on their farms, fields, a gas called nitrous oxide is emitted, and this gas is 300 times more dangerous in terms of warming the environment when compared with carbon dioxide. So fertilizer manufacturing combined with the usage of fertilizer on the field comprises 5% of global greenhouse gases. Yet fertilizers are essential to increase agricultural yields and ensuring a food security for the growing population of the globe. To address this challenge, what we are doing? First, we are advancing resource-efficient production methods, developing precision application techniques to minimize the emissions across fertilizer life cycle while enhancing productivity. Using nutrient stewardship practices, this is called 4R practices in the industry, using the right amount of fertilizer at the right time, at the right place and with the right amount. Using extensive research and development techniques to develop new fertilizers which come up with less and less greenhouse gas emissions, like fertilizers with inhibitors, and using special techniques to increase what we call the nutrient usage efficiency. You cannot improve what you don't measure. This is something that I believe from the bottom of my heart. This is why we have adopted science-based targets and has taken out a carbon dioxide or greenhouse gas emission map of our all operations. After that, we came out with ambitious goals in which we plan to be carbon neutral for scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2030 and to become net zero, including scope 3 emissions by 2045. Here the importance of the breakdown of the emissions in terms of the scopes come into place. For our case, we are consolidating under scope 1 direct emissions from our own operations. This is only 14% of the total emissions for our case. And here is more straightforward, implementing energy efficient production techniques, investment for new machinery. This is probably the easiest part. Scope 2 emissions are only 1% in our case. This is direct electricity purchased from outside. The big challenge indeed is with Scope 3 emissions. Those are the emissions that are emitted across the value chain, whether through raw materials purchased or while our fertilizers are being used in the field. Here the solution is a little bit more deep. It does require collaboration with suppliers for sustainable sourcing methods. It does require supporting the farmers in terms of training, education, with precision agriculture practices. Scope 3, I will a little bit be more talking about Scope 3 emissions, because I believe the success of the world lies under the success of Scope 3 emissions. This is the most complex, most deep, most effort requiring area. What we are doing over there, we are educating and empowering farmers to adopt sustainable practices, supporting precision agriculture, soil health management, sustainable crop practices, developing fertilizers that come out with less and less greenhouse gas emissions. And I think it's wise to comment that the battle against emissions will not be win in factories, but it will rather be won at the fields for agriculture. Those are examples of more of a indirect approach to fight with the decarbonization. Another approach could be a direct approach, a proactive approach, where the design already from the beginning is totally carbon safe. Here, by making use of our experiences from construction, from engineering strengths, and the strength that comes from the ecosystem, that we are having also a fertilizer company in our ecosystem. We are developing two green hydrogen and green ammonia plants in Turkey, inside one of our fertilizer plants. And here the game plan is first putting up these green hydrogen and ammonia plants into use for our own purposes, then leveraging this experience gained for the other industries that might be in search of this green hydrogen and ammonia, and in a way helping the oil and gas industry to transform in terms of decarbonizing. What we have learned through the efforts so far, first of all, collaboration multiplies the impact. Partnering with governments, NGOs, and industry leaders, we amplify efforts to access innovative solutions, and we are more than happy and open to collaborate with whoever would be willing to collaborate. Second, data drives action. You can't improve what you can't measure. With science-based targets, we track progress and refine our goals for meaningful results. Then AI and digitalization also plays an important role in two fields. One is in production. AI and predictive analytics optimize our energy usage, minimize waste, and enhance our efficiencies. Second, also in agriculture, digital sensors coupled with AI platforms enable precision agriculture, applying fertilizers only where needed, only with the amounts needed, and only when needed, because for fertilizers it's important not only to apply it in the right amounts, but also to apply them in the right time. Last but not least, this is not only our understanding, but also I would like to call it a call for action. We believe that climate finance is not a charity, it's an investment for future, it's an investment for sustainability. We believe that climate action is not optional, it's imperative. Finally, we also believe that true sustainability requires a mindset change. A sustainable future depends on rethinking all of our businesses, growth models, and our role in the environment. By fostering a culture that prioritizes long-term impact over short-term impact gains, we will not be only driving innovation, but also making meaningful contributions for a sustainable future.
Thank you very much. Hakan Bey, if I may, you said that the fight will be won in the fields. So there is a fight, and it will be won in the fields, and fields are owned by the farmers. So a farmer wants to buy a normal fertilizer and a green fertilizer. And the cost, the farmer looks to the economics of it. And that cost aspect, how does that evolve, and how would that be of advantage of the farmer in the long run?
This is the billion-dollar question. This is still a matter of discussions, not only in the government bodies, NGOs, but as well, I'm also a member in International Fertilizer Association over there. This is where a shared contribution of the governments together with the industry is required. At the end of the day, we have been so far growing with the existence of the farmers, and we know that for the future to come, we need those farmers, we need agriculture. So there's a investment that is not optional. There's again an investment that is not like a charity, that is imperative. And over there, this cost would be partly shared by the governments and partly shared by the industry. And as the industry evolves, because it's a matter of volume, as the volumes and the usage of green fertilizers develop, the industry, the technology will develop, and we will see the cost becoming more neutral. But especially in the short term, a medium to heavy subsidy is required.
Thank you very much. And you also mentioned that that collaboration, that subsidies is more towards the end customer, and thus a market will be developed. That's what I understand.
Actually, there are different models around the world. For example, India is directly subsidizing the distribution chain, but fixing the price. There are other models like Turkey is adopting. In Turkey, we have this end user ID system, and the farmers are having their ID cards. They are like credit cards, and government incentives are directly being transmitted to their account. So either of the model can be adopted. Important is to be able to go forward with the incentive.
Thank you very much. That was very, very illuminating, actually. And from here, let me shift to the technology side of the subject. And in the technology side of the subject, we have Mehmet Bey from Schneider Electrics. And when we whispered before beginning the talk, Mehmet Bey told me that more of this technology's challenges, electrification's challenges, will be his center of talk. And looking forward to listen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cevdet Bey. So, good morning, everyone. It's a true honor for me to be here today with you and discuss a topic that is not only urgent, but truly fundamental to our existence and future, right? So, pleasure to be here. So, as you said, Mr. Cevdet, I don't want to bore the audience with technological details, but just give a highlight. And there is a certain irony about technology and a profound dilemma, which is it was technology at the first place who brought us here with the industrialization, right? And yet today we rely on the very same technology to save us. But hopefully this time I believe we use it more wisely. So it is a very complex subject, and there are a lot of discussions around. And if I just would like to simplify it, I would like to start with the question, what? So what is it that we need to do? And after thinking, I realized there's actually two main things that we need to do. The first thing is really substituting non-environment friendly resources with environment friendly ones. The other thing is we need to do more with less resources. So that's what we call efficiency, right? So basically, having this definition, I would say fighting climate change is really the relationship of humankind with resources. So how do we manage and source our resources? The next question is, it's a very large topic. We just heard very nice examples from agriculture, and there are many areas where we need to proceed. But when I look, where do we need to do this? The second question, we see that most of the emissions are around energy, how we produce energy, and more importantly, how we use energy. So, and this is why energy transition today is such a big topic, right? And roughly, I mean, the numbers vary all the time, but roughly 78% of the emissions are energy related. So this is why also I'm going to focus a little more on energy transition, if I may so. The second big part is really agriculture. Sustainable agriculture represents roughly 19% of the global emissions, and we have heard very nice examples. And last but not least, how we manage waste, how we recycle it, how we reuse it, also represents 3% of the global emissions. So before I go into deep into the challenges, I would like to start with a problem statement. I mean, there are certain challenges, but these challenges are rising from one big problem. And the problem, because climate change in the energy transition is really about having more and more electrification, especially in processes that are today running with fossil fuel. So electrification is really the big topic, and the problem is the needed installed capacity as it is today is not enough. So this is why all of this energy transition is triggering a huge amount of investment with it. Just to imagine, I looked at the numbers. The total installed capacity in Turkey today is 113 gigawatt. The projection of the Ministry of Energy for the next 10 years is to reach 190 gigawatt. Now I was curious and I looked up the first power plant. I mean, that there was a small, let's say, prototype, but the real first sizable power plant in Turkey has been built in 1914. That is 110 years ago. And now we are about to double the capacity over the next 10 years. So we're going to do the same amount of capacity in 10 years what we did in 110 years. So that's, I think, the problem statement we're in front of us. And as you said, this brings a lot of challenges. And honestly, the way I see it, the challenges are not necessarily linked to technology, because the technology is already there. Some of them applied already in various industries. Some of them quite new, like hydrogen, etc., but scaling up as we talk and so on. So the challenges are more on the other side. It's really about huge investment. And I think that's really a big question. I mean, today, how are we investing in our businesses that doesn't necessarily bring incremental business? I mean, this is in contradiction with the idea of investment. I mean, we do invest so far in businesses to gain incremental business, but today we're about to invest just to sustain our businesses. And how to manage this in today's financial mechanism, I think that's a problem. I mean, we're all professionals and we're all measured, success is measured in quarterly terms, you do your financials or not. But how to drive these investments, I think, is a big challenge. A second challenge that I see, I mean, if we double our capacity over the next 10 years, that brings a huge complexity with it. So how to manage all these additional renewable resources, how to manage these decentralized resources, how to manage the network in an efficient way, that is a challenge more on the technological side. And then I think the third challenge is really about human capital. Do we have the skilled people, the trained people that are not only implementing these technologies, but more importantly, developing them? Because it's not finished yet. So I think that's also an area where we really need to collectively work together to build this human capital that we have today, but most probably throughout the race, it's not going to be enough. And then, again, we're going to do in 10 years what we have done in the last 110 years. So is the supply chain ready? Do we have enough minerals and materials and resources to actually build these things? That is also another challenge. And the last challenge I was thinking about, I mean, I said it in the beginning, some of these technologies are already there, but some of them are not at a mature level yet, and they are not scaled yet, such as, I would say, carbon capture technologies or such as green hydrogen technologies. So that's a continuous race to build on these, I would say. Now, again, technology is the sole enabler and accelerator in this transition, whether it be energy transition or green transition. So what are the technologies? Again, it's about, first, the substitution of these resources. There we see a lot of renewable generation, solar, wind, hydro, etc. More and more we see battery storage systems so that we can actually manage more efficiently these renewable resources. We see hydrogen rising up, especially for electrification in the heavy industries, because heavy industries, they require a lot of power. It's very different from I would say, discrete manufacturing. And today with solar and wind, it's just not enough. There hydro plays a crucial role, hydrogen technologies play a crucial role. And then what we also see on this side is smart grid technologies, digital grid, how to manage this whole complexity. On the efficiency side, on the efficiency side, clearly, I mean, we all know it, IoT, big data is really opening up huge opportunities for efficiency, whether it be process efficiency or operational efficiency. AI is unlocking many opportunities where we as humans or standard automation technologies are just not enough to make the decisions. And again, digital twins also help us to generate more and more efficiency in our processes and how we drive them. So,
Mehmet Bey, thank you very much for bringing us a framework. Now, let me be a little bit of challenging here, if that's okay for you. Tell us something that we really don't know about Schneider Electrics. Yeah, yesterday, we had Elif Hanım here from Deloitte, and she was telling us something that incredibly and very interestingly matches with what you say about doubling the capacity. She also said that while we are doubling the capacity, we are also decreasing the average size of power generation by 1/10. I mean, from 300 megawatts an average power generation, if my notes are correct. She said that we're gonna build up power plants that are 30 megawatt sizes. So give us some good news about how Schneider brings a novel technology or a novel business model in this change, and that teach us something that we really don't know.
No, thank you. So I think Elif Hanım is right. With the energy transition, what actually happens is we do produce more and more renewable energy, right? Whether it be solar, whether it be wind, etc. And in the past, the traditional energy manufacturing was centralized. So you would actually have a big coal power plant or thermal power plant, produce electricity by burning them, and then you would transmit it throughout the whole country and then distribute it. Today, you have decentralized resources all over the country, and yes, compared to a standard power plant, it is much more smaller in terms of capacity. But the beauty is you don't have to transmit it anymore. You produce it where you need it. And this is what we call decentralization in the...
How does that reflect to Schneider's business model? I mean, where is Schneider in this business?
I mean, coming back to Schneider, I think we're a global energy management and automation company. So we are in the whole value chain of designing this from scratch, building it, and then maintaining it. And I mean, coming back to the grid specific, we are building all this equipment that is required there, but more importantly, we also have the all necessary software to integrate all these renewable resources into the grid. Because I mean, there are some complexities when it is about renewable. I mean, you can have only solar power when you have the sun, but you need the energy in a continuous way, especially in the industries. So there are some complexities around, and we have the technology and software to manage these complexities.
Particularly on digitalization, I understand you have.
Yes, that is correct.
So let's come from industry to energy generation and the challenges over there to the from this corporate sphere. Let's move a little bit towards finance, and more important than finance, to the justice of this. There are incredible social angles of that transformation, and what is EBRD doing, Barbara, there in Turkey?
Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be here today, and thank you very much for the invitation. So at EBRD, maybe briefly about EBRD, we are a private sector investment bank, but with a public mandate. We invest in about 40 countries, including Turkey, of course, and are working primarily with the private sector in order to support a development of a sustainable market economy. So when we look at the energy transition in particular, and when we look at just transition, we actually work with our clients to look at the human capital element that we just mentioned. Because very clearly, if we want to achieve an effective green economy, we need to have the people there who have the right skills and abilities to understand, develop and understand the kind of technologies that we need, and to then deploy them across a variety of different sectors, from agribusiness to energy to infrastructure to pretty much every single sector that we have. So the private sector as employers, but also as providers of goods and services, can play a huge role in supporting that human capital related energy or green economy transition. So as EBRD, we actually work very closely with our clients directly in order to build their capacity to understand what kind of skills do they need, how do they invest in the workforce that they have, what are the partners that they need, from education providers to policymakers, in order to effectively make that transition. And also, how can they structure products and services, green products and services, in a way that actually appeals to the market. Because in the end, if we don't bring people along, and if we don't create the opportunities and the jobs and the positive future for people, we will not have the political, the social, the economic mandate to make all the big changes that are required in terms of how we live, how we do business, how we operate, how we educate people, how we conduct ourselves as a society, that are so essential for this green economy transition. So bringing people along is one of the preconditions, really, of achieving a sustainable market and sustainable green transition. And as an investor, we play a big role. Our clients play big roles, but also, of course, policymakers play big roles. So it's about bringing all these different partners together. So let me tell you a little bit how we do that. We, in a way, use this catalyzing function and this bridging function that EBRD as an investor can play. So we have developed something called the Just Transition Initiative, which brings together investments on the green side with our capacity to also invest in human capital. And then thirdly, very importantly, a focus on regional economic diversification. Because it's not just about individual investments, it's also about supporting regions and people in terms of this labor market transition that is so important. Transitioning from, for example, fossil fuel related industry into renewables. Let me give you two examples in this context. In Egypt, we're working on something called NUAFI, which is the nexus of food, energy, water, where EBRD is actually leading on the energy side, decommissioning 5 gigawatt worth of gas-fired power plants and commissioning 10 gigawatt worth of renewables. So it's that investment side that is really important. But in addition, we also work with our clients in terms of looking at what happens to those workers that will lose their jobs, what happens to the stranded skills of these workers. How can we look and understand what kind of skills will be needed in the labor market beyond energy in the future? We're using, for example, one of our partners is using AI technologies to really better understand and forecast what kind of skills will be needed, and how can we work with our clients, but also with policymakers and other partners in order to not just forecast those skills, but also train people and link them into the labor market of the future. So that is really important. Another example is, somebody's clearly celebrating there. But another example is in North Macedonia, where we have developed a country-level platform bringing together us as investors, but also other multilateral development banks, the European Commission, with policymakers, and importantly, also bringing the ministries for education, ministries for labor, into that planning process and into shaping the policies and the measures that are needed. And then to target investments that actually support not just the decommissioning, say, of coal in the case of North Macedonia, but also the investments into new technologies, into new segments, including SMEs, including finance, for example, in this sector. So very important that we, in a way, bring together the ecosystem from investors, private sector, public sector, policymakers, in order to really make that change. Maybe just a final example in Turkey. Of course, we are working very closely with Energisa, which is one of our key clients and has been for many, many years, where we have piloted for the first time something called a green gender equality and climate action, a GECA accelerator, because it's about human capital, but in this context, it's also about all the human capital that humanity has, which means men and women. And with Energisa, we have jointly invested in training, skills, vocational education, and also attracting women in particular into the renewable sector, into green jobs, giving them the green skills that they need in order to jointly make that green economy transition. Thank you.
Particularly for your last example, I was in Kahramanmaraş and I saw that project's real on-the-field reflections, and I was deeply impressed, and thank you very much for that. So the thing is, up to now, and I'm gonna give the word to you for questions, but up to now what we heard is, we heard from Mehmet Bey the democratization of energy management. And the through digital applications, and we also heard that through you how this it's not only democratization of the management, but it's also the manufacturing. Energy generation is also being democratized all around Turkey by doubling its capacity. Then with Hakan Bey, we heard the importance of collaboration, and that collaboration, if the note that I took is that you extended with governments, with industrialists, particularly for the farmers, and how the farmers can be competitive while turning to green. And from Barbara, I heard the empowerment of people through this transition, particularly, and the support of EBRD there. And I'm not going to ask you financing conditions for Turkey. And any questions, any Any inspirations from your side?
Tanay Sıtkı Uyar, İstanbul Beykent Üniversitesi. Türk değil mi herkes? Türkçe konuşuyor. Türkçe mi konuşuyor? Okay. Okay. So everybody, we know that for the cities we need digitalization and decentralization, decarbonization, electrification. Okay? And it's very important the engagement of the stakeholders in this process. So it looks as if it requires a macro scale cooperation and modeling activity to be able to handle this. We need to include the industry people for CBM, etc. So without looking the overall picture and bringing the stakeholders together to interact, to produce something together, which they will be proud of the result. So I'm just missing that in my mind. What do you think? Schneider and agricultural fertilizers, very important is. So, I mean, how are we going to handle this? Everybody is just digging some part, finance is giving the finance, but we need to reach the result later.
Thank you. I think you have pointed out one of the major challenges in a very nice way. I think this is what makes it so complex, because we can achieve this only by coming together, and we're going to do this all together. There are many stakeholders involved. It's not only technology providers, it's not only banks, it's not only governments and regulators, but it is really really coming all together and tackling it together. Because I mean, one of the major challenges, I mean, that I was trying to describe is around investment. But as a company only, I don't see any possibility how to drive this investment when I'm measured by fiscal years in terms of success. So I think even the paradigm of how to manage company or how to value companies may change. I mean, today we are valued on basically revenues and margins by fiscal years. And with that mindset, I'm not sure if we can drive this forward. But again, it's just an example, and I think it is really about coming together. And I think here policymakers play a crucial role. I mean, we see some early adopters, or just an example, we see some early adopters in some heavy industries going for hydrogen even and clean energy. And you said it perfectly right. Today, green is expensive. So how to manage this? And when we ask the customer, okay, I mean, why are you shifting to hydrogen if you much more expensive? What we see is either regulations, and I think here we need to come together.
Maybe Hakan Bey.
Actually, I'm not that pessimistic about the question, but I will rather divide my answer into two. One is whether we know what to do. Do we know what we need to do? We have the underlying Paris agreements. We have the sector-based targets, whether it's 43%, 55%. Each and every industry knows what does the industry needs to do, and each and every firm knows what the firm needs to do. The problem is, how are we going to finance it? It's a bit of a very big question that we probably won't be able to answer here under this forum, but for the developed countries, it's more of a easier and straightforward, but coming from the very basic principle that we are living under one earth, one atmosphere, there is also the other part, the developing countries, where their efforts needs to be financed, and this is a bit of a bigger problem, I believe. Hopefully, there will be nice news after the end of this forum about how the developing countries are going to finance their efforts.
Barbara, the ball is approaching your area.
Well, clearly, multilateral development banks have a huge role to play here. And as you say, the discussions are ongoing in order to strengthen our ability as individual MDBs, but also jointly to see how we can make the system more effective and how we can leverage the finance that we have and also mobilize more finance from the private sector through the finance that we provide. So we are actors in this context, but I also have to say we're not the only actors in this context. Clearly the ecosystem overall is much bigger, but we will certainly try and play our role even more so than we already do. Maybe quickly as EBRD, we already invest 50% of our investments in green technologies, in green finance directly, and that's a commitment that we will maintain. And also all of our investments are Paris aligned. So, and that goes for our own operations, our headquarters, the cars that we drive, but all the finance that we provide as well. So we try and play our role, but it's a more concerted effort, of course.
Thank you very much. Well, we Turks are very well known about our punctuality. And that's 11:30 now. We come to the end of the meeting. And thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Actually, we have got formally 2 minutes to start, so I will wait for that 2 minutes, if you don't mind.
Ses.
Ses geliyor değil mi? Tamam, süper. Anlaştık.
Ses.
I think it's the time, yeah? We can start. Okay, welcome to our panel, Green Intelligence, How AI Can Drive Global Climate Action. First of all, I would like to thank Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change for hosting us in this lovely panel. Today, one of the side is dual or twin transformation, which is climate change, and the technology, new technologies, which is shaping economies, government policies, and businesses. And on the other side, there is urgent need for action, which we got, as you know, deadline of 2050 or 2053 for Turkey for the net zero target, and it's fast approaching. So can these new technologies like AI be the engine to accelerate the green transformation? If so, how can we achieve this? Would solidarity be a need or a must? Can we rely on AI? So in this panel, we will explore answers all these questions, to key questions. I got very distinguished guests today with me. Let me briefly introduce them because we got very limited time. Ceren Zeytinoğlu Atıcı is the co-founder of B-Node and board member of Turkish Informatics Foundation. Welcome. And Ms. Dr. Sedef Akın Koçak, who are actually both coming from Canada, joining us from Canada, and the Director of Artificial Intelligence and Professional Development Vector Institute. Welcome, Sedef Hanım. Ömer Alan, Director of Geographic Information Systems, Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of Turkey. And welcome, Mr. Ömer. And Mehmet Sağlam, Secure Power and Digital Energy VP for Turkey and Central Asia from Schneider Electric. Welcome, Mr. Mehmet. Okay, so I like, if you don't mind, I mean, to quite honest, we met our first KPI, so we got the gender equality in our panelists. So, and if you don't mind, I will start with ladies. Yeah. I'd like to start with Ceren Hanım. In recent years, we have witnessed numerous environmental, economic, and social impacts stemming from the crisis, climate crisis, with damages projected to reach $12.5 trillion by 2050. The Turkish Informatics Foundation has been working to showcase the strength of civil society of the world, positioning Turkey as a country actively seeking solutions for the future. Ceren Hanım, could you share with us more about the Turkish Informatics Foundation Global AI Alliance for Climate Action project? And we would like to hear the details of this initiative and understand why Turkish Economics Foundation decided to embark on such a project. Floor is yours. 5 minutes each, please.
Perfect, thank you. And thank you for the invite to SKD Turkey. It's wonderful to be in the panel with them. So a little bit of background. For the last 30 years, Turkish Informatics Foundation is trying to help the Turkish youth adapt to digital disruptions. So AI age, internet age, blockchain, all kinds of digital disruptions. We're trying to help the young people adapt to these changes through training programs, through content creation, and through one-to-one mentoring. When it comes to our international projects, we see the value of bridging developed and the developing world. We know that the biggest AI capabilities in the world right now are in Canada and America. Unfortunately, our region, all our region, is unable to reach this technical muscle. So in our projects, what we're trying to do is we're trying to use these technical capabilities of American and Canadian researchers to serve to underserved, vulnerable communities in this side of the region. When it comes to projects like this, it's really important to understand that you have to connect with local NGOs. You have to connect with local talents, local professionals who know the data sets, who know the operational capabilities, and who know the climate vulnerabilities. So within the scope of Global AI Alliance for Climate Action that we are trying to bring to life with Vector Institute, we're trying to bring the AI researchers of Vector Institute together with the climate NGOs all around the world. This is our first year, our pilot year, and we are honored to include 5 climate NGOs from 5 different regions in the world. We have 1 climate NGO from Canada, 1 from America, 1 from Kyrgyzstan, 1 from Turkey, and 1 from Switzerland. The purpose of this project is that the climate NGOs know what's happening on the ground, right? So how the climate crisis is changing the lives of vulnerable communities. And AI researchers have the technical capabilities to help these communities develop AI models for forecasting, for energy efficiency, for smart cities, so they have more means to protect themselves from the dire effects of climate change. So why this is important, why we're doing this? Because if we don't do this, we know that the technology in the Northern America will only serve to Northern American populations. It's crucial that civil society uses its power to distribute the power of the governments and distribute the profit of the private sector. So we see our role as the distributors of this power. If we do our jobs right, then these technologies, these AI capabilities reach more vulnerable communities, serve more climate risk communities, and we're able to implement these climate solutions in larger scale. So that's the whole purpose of the project, and as Turkish Informatics Foundation, we're honored to partner with Vector Institute, with Center for AI and Digital Policy from Washington, with Turkish philanthropy funds in New York, to make this a truly global project and show the world that Turkish civil society leaders like us can undertake projects to build sustainable models for the future. I think it's really important to undertake this responsibility because we think we know the capabilities, we know the technical muscle of Northern America, but we also know the needs of the climate risk communities, which is the whole point of this COP29, to serve the most vulnerable 25 countries. So I think our purposes are very much in line in this fact.
Excellent. You are just on time, Ceren Hanım. And by the way, I'm quite proud to hear that both, as a Turk, I'm quite proud. And to see, that you are actually gluing all those NGOs for the climate action and using the technology. Secondly, this is the woman power as well. Yeah, so it's not just about the Turkish power, it's also about the woman power. Then I would like to jump to Sedef Hanım for our second panelist. Collecting and processing data related to the climate crisis is essential for developing impactful solutions. However, concerns around data security and privacy complicate the process. For instance, regulations like GDPR in Europe place ethical and security constraints on processing climate data. Tefhan, I'd like to ask you, what ethical challenges do you encounter in protecting data privacy and security during the collection of climate data? Additionally, what measures do you think should be implemented to improve the reliability of AI technology in this context? You got another 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So first of all, I'll be very honored to be here today with SKD, and thank you for joining us. So the question is really important because there are so many opportunities about AI technologies. We know that there are a lot of capabilities and positive capabilities, but when we are thinking about those technologies, those models, we also need to think about like the data privacy, ethical concern, and responsibility concern. So there are so many of those kind of challenges. So I'll just mention a few because of the time constraint. So the first one is the data, the privacy of the data and the transparency. Of course, like, you know, when you think about the climate data, you collect so many of like a user behavior. For example, when you looking at the energy efficiency, for example, and you collect the user's data, how much energy they use, what are their usage within the, for example, like a washing machine, or like, you know, the electricity usage and so on and so forth. So those needs to be given like a transparency, and then they also need to give the consent of the data. So without the consent of the user, so you won't be able to use those kind of data within the context. So the data users needs to be transparent to the data owners about what kind of technology that their data is going to be used, and then for how long, for what the purpose. So those are really important. Another one is you have to let the users know about what kind of purpose that you're going to use. So for example, you collect this data for their energy behavior, but if you're going to use this for marketing purposes, so then this is something different. So you need to be careful about those kind of like fit for purpose models. And then another one is that anonymization risk. So of course, like, you know, different regions have different regulation laws and regulations. You mentioned that GDPR. In Canada, we have PIPEDA and those kind of like regulations. When you think about the data and anonymization, you have to put those regulations on first, and you anonymize this data, the data that you're going to use within the model. But there are also risk of re-identification or de-identification, those kind of risks. And the organizations or the researchers who are going to use anonymized data, they also need to think about if there is any risk of re-identification, because there might be a re-identification risk. So then it may release, for example, you collect satellite data for, let's say, like a flood prediction and all that stuff. You collect those satellite data, but you may also, you can anonymize those data, but you may have a risk of re-identification of the vulnerable communities, the area of where they live. So we need to think about those kind of challenges. When it comes to what can we do, for example, at Vector, we have trust and safety principles, and we also have data stewardship program. So before our researchers or any of the project comes to Vector Institute, we work with our data stewardship team, and now we want to make sure that all data sources are legitimate, and we anonymize the data. We look at all the rules and regulations, whether we have to comply or anything, like how to anonymize it, whether that model is going to be used locally or whether that model is going to be used globally. Because if the model is going to be used locally, then you have to look at the local rules and regulations, and then you have to comply. But that model is going to be trained on the different data, for example, not only Canadian data, but also data from Turkey or data from like a different part of the world. Then you have to also look at like a different rules and regulations within that region. So then you have to comply, and you have to put those measures into your project plan. And then, as I mentioned, at Vector, we have trust and safety principles. And within those principles, we have a framework before we start collection of the data, training of the model, testing of the model, and deployment of the model. We have all these principles that we have to comply and we have to put in measures. So then all of within the research and also industry implementations has to be complied with those principles. So I guess we're on time. Perfect.
You're on time. Thank you very much. Evet, yani Sedef Hanım da bahsetti aslında etik kısmı, data güvenilirliği gibi bir takım risklerden, ama şimdi biraz ben olayı hükümetler boyutuna, ülkelerdeki stratejiler boyutuna taşımak istiyorum. Çünkü belli tabii ki fırsatlar çok yapay zeka ile datalı kullanımı ilgili, ama bilgi doğru mu? Bilgi güvenliği, yani bilginin kendi güvenliği ve bilginin vermiş olduğu ülke stratejilerine olan güvenlik problemleri de tartışılıyor bir taraftan. Buna stratejilerde ülkemiz nasıl bakıyor? Ben o yüzden burada da Ömer Bey'e söz vermek istiyorum, Çevre Bakanlığı'ndan. Ömer Bey, yapay zekanın iklim değişikliğiyle mücadelede sunduğu fırsatlar ve getirdiği riskler nelerdir? Bu risklerin etkin yönetimi ve fırsatların değerlendirilmesi için ne yapılmalıdır? Türkiye'de bunu sağlamaya yönelik olarak hangi uluslararası stratejiler uygulanmaktadır? Size 3 soru gibi olmuş. Bir tık size iltimas geçebilirim Ömer Bey. Buyurun.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum bizi buraya davet ettiğiniz için. Sesim geliyor mu?
Biraz şöyle yakın tutarsın.
Yakın tutmam gerekiyor. Evet. İçinde bulunduğumuz yüzyılın en büyük fenomenlerinden ikisini sayacak olursak, birisi iklim değişikliği, diğeri yapay zeka diyebiliriz. Belki pandemiyi ve depremleri de sayabiliriz ama ilk ikiyi mutlaka iklim değişikliği ve yapay zeka alacaktır. İklim değişikliği maalesef insanların eliyle sera gazı emisyonlarının yaygınlaşmasıyla, artmasıyla kendi dünyamızı, havasını kirletmemiz ve iklimi bozmamızdan kaynaklanıyor. Fakat tabii insanoğlunun geliştirmiş olduğu bir takım teknolojiler bu sorunu çözmede bize önemli katkılar sağlayabilir. Yapay zeka aslında tam zamanında bize yetişen önemli bir çözüm olarak karşımızda duruyor. Yapay zeka, insan zekasına özgü yüksek bilişsel fonksiyonları ve otonom davranışları sergileyen bir yapay işletim sistemi. Dolayısıyla bu işletim sistemini kullanarak pek çok alanda biz iklim değişikliğiyle mücadelede beraber çalışabiliyoruz. Öncelikle yapay zekanın nerelerde kullandığını şöyle kısaca bir hatırlatmak istiyorum. Küresel sıcaklık değişimlerinin projeksiyonlarında kullanıyoruz. Buzulların, okyanusların seviyelerin takibinde kullanıyoruz. Hava sistemlerinin yapısında ve işleyişinin anlaşılmasında kullanıyoruz. Atmosfere ilişkin simülasyonları da kullanıyoruz. İklim ile ilişkili kasırga gibi aşırı hava olaylarında, kuraklık gibi afetlerde ve bunların etkilerinin analizinde kullanıyoruz. Çevresel felaketleri takip etmekte kullanıyoruz. Yakın zamanda Marmara'da müsilajla karşı karşıya kaldık. İzmir Körfezi'nde çevresel kirlilikle karşı karşıya kaldık. Bakanlığımızda bu tür analizleri yapay zekayı kullanarak takip ediyoruz. Tarım alanlarının ürünlerinin takibini Orman Bakanlığımız yapıyor. İçme ve tarımsal su kaynaklarının takibinde kullanıyoruz. CBS Genel Müdürlüğü olarak biz aynı zamanda Ulusal Akıllı Şehirler Stratejisini geliştiren genel müdürlüğüz. Akıllı şehir uygulamalarında kullanıyoruz. Özellikle akıllı ulaşım sistemlerinde. Şehirlerin dijital ikizlerinin oluşturulmasında kullanıyoruz. Gerçek zamanlı erken uyarı sistemlerinin geliştirilmesinde kullanıyoruz. Fakat yapay zekanın bir takım sorunları da var. Biraz önce Sedef Hanım veri güvenliğinden bahsetti. Yapay zekanın 3 tane temel sorunu var. Birisi veri konusu. İkincisi enerji tüketimi konusu. Üçüncüsü de ortaya çıkacak olan yeni yapay zeka donanımlarının atık konusu. Bunlarla ilgili 3 temel konuyla ilgili eğer bir çözüm getirebilirsek yapay zekayı iklim değişikliğiyle mücadelede çok iyi kullanabileceğimizi değerlendiriyorum. Verilerle ilgili, kişisel verilerle ilgili konuya Sedef Hanım değindiği için ben ona girmeyeceğim. Fakat Coğrafi Bilgi Sistemleri Genel Müdürlüğü olarak Türkiye'nin biz coğrafi veri altyapısını yöneten genel müdürlüğüyüz. yapay zeka uygulamalarında genel olarak görmüş olduğum eksiklik, verilerle ilgili olan, veriye erişimle ilgili olan eksiklik. Şu anda yapay zeka dil modelleri açık kaynak verileri kullanarak, onlarla kendilerini eğiterek kendilerini geliştiriyorlar. Fakat açık kaynak veriler %10'dan az, %90'ı ve daha fazlası kamu kurumlarının veri tabanlarında, çok uluslu şirketlerin veri merkezlerinde, yerel şirketlerin serverlarında bulunuyor. Ve bunlar kamuya kapalı olduğu için yapay zeka bu verileri kullanarak kendini geliştiremiyor. Dolayısıyla iklim değişikliğiyle mücadelede bu tür veriler kullanılamadığı için yapay zekayı etkin bir şekilde kullanamıyoruz. Örneğin Coğrafi Bilgi Sistemleri Genel Müdürlüğü olarak biz Türkiye'ye ait 520 coğrafi veri katmanının yönetimini yapıyoruz. Gizli olan verilerimiz ayrıca yüzlerce onlar da var. Fakat açık olan 520 katmanın yapay zeka eğitiminde kullanılmadığını ben şahidim, görüyorum. Dolayısıyla yapay zekayı daha etkin kullanabilmek için kamu kurumlarının elindeki olan verilerin de bu yapay zekanın eğitiminde kullanılması gerekiyor. Fakat bu herkesin kullandığı, herkese açık yapay zekalar olmayabilir. Zaten yapay zekada yeni trendler kurumlar bazında, kurumlara ve hatta şahıslara indirgenen yapay zekalar. Belki bakanlıklar nezdinde biz ayrı bir yapay zeka dil modeli geliştirerek bu yapay zeka dil modeliyle iklim değişikliğiyle mücadelede strateji geliştirirken ya da bir karar alırken bir karar destek sistemi olarak bunlardan yararlanabiliriz. Temel olarak veriyle ilgili sorun bu. Diğer bir konu, sürem doldu herhalde.
Evet. Biraz tolerans sağlarım ama
Şimdi
çok kısa bir dakika
evet.
toparlayabilirseniz sevinirim. Buyurun.
Enerji kullanımı yapay zeka özelinde düşünülecek olunursa çok ciddi bir sorun gibi görünüyor. Biz bir taraftan yapay zeka modellerini kullanarak iklim değişikliğiyle mücadele ederken diğer taraftan da çok büyük bir enerji harcayarak yapay zeka dil modellerini geliştirirken ve onların serverlarını soğuturken ve onlara prompt yazdığımız zaman o promptların analizleri yapılırken çok ciddi anlamda enerjiye tüketimine sebebiyet veriyoruz. Buna ilişkin elimizde somut bir veri de yok. Yani ben yapay zekaya sordum, ChatGPT'ye bir dil modeli ne kadar enerji harcıyor diye. Bana verdiği cevap şu: orta büyüklükte bir dil modeli, orta büyüklükte bir şehrin tükettiği elektrik kadar elektrik tüketiyor dedi. Ama bu açık kaynak bir veri değil, bu yapay zekanın bir çıkarsaması. Çok büyük enerji tüketiyor. Dolayısıyla burada şunu sağlamamız gerekiyor: bu veri merkezlerinin yenilenebilir enerji kaynaklarıyla desteklenmesi gerekiyor. Şu anda Microsoft, Amazon, IBM bunlar bu tür projelere başladılar. Biz de bakanlık olarak benim yönetmiş olduğum veri merkezinin tüm enerjisini biz güneş enerji santralimizden sağlıyoruz. Yakın gelecekte tüm bakanlığımızın %90 enerjisini de kuracağımız enerji santralinden karşılayacağız. Son olarak şunu söyleyeyim yapay zeka ile ilgili. Yapay zeka birçok çipe, birçok veri merkezine, birçok donanıma ihtiyaç duyuyor. Bunların üretiminde doğaya zarar vermeyecek, iklim değişikliğine sebebiyet vermeyecek materyalleri kullanmamız gerekiyor. Çünkü bunlar belli bir süre sonra atık olacaklar. Bu atıklarla ilgili de yeterli çalışma yapılıp yapılmadığı konusunda benim tereddütüm var. Ama sonuç itibariyle daha az ısınan çipler geliştirilebilirse ve bu konuda doğayla daha uyumlu materyalleri kullanabilirsek bence bu sorunu da halletmiş olabiliriz diye düşünüyorum.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Gerçekten çok önemli konulara vurgu yaptınız. Ben buradan enerji tarafından müsaade ederseniz alıp oradan da Mehmet Bey'e biraz daha işin pratikte, iş hayatında nasıl ilerlediğine girmek istiyorum. And I will switch into English again if you don't mind. So, Mehmet Bey, digitalizing renewable energy sources improves energy security and enables more sustainable energy management, as you know. And AI-driven optimizations, for instance, enhance efficiency in wind and solar power generation, accelerating strategic objectives across the sector. So,
Emission zone for the
right. Okay. I think we got some AI interruption. I think he didn't like my moderation, I guess. So, How do you view the role of AI in accelerating the green energy transition within the sector? That's one question. And the second one is, what steps should be taken in Turkey to further this transformation effectively? I don't know whether you could hear the question, or should I repeat the question again? Okay, I think we got some kind of technology disturbance. Have you heard the question? Did you understand the question? Let me repeat the question. Okay, let me repeat the question. How do you view the role of AI in accelerating the green energy transition within the sector? And what steps should be taken in Turkey to further this transformation effectively? The floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Maybe you can hear me right now. So first of all, thank you very much inviting me, Edis Bey, and it's a real pleasure to be with the esteemed panelists and the guests. So yes, we discussed from the beginning of the forum that we are just working on the AI and the security of it, how we are just moving that one, and definitely the energy is the part of it. So simply the green energy transition, I mean, we will spend too many time on that one that we can just discuss about these topics, but I will be focusing on right now about the AI impact on that one. So simply what we are trying to do, we want to be more renewable on the production side and efficient on the consumption area. So if we go layer by layer, I mean, I will give a couple of examples as we discussed at the very beginning of the panel. I will try to give a little bit more not theoretical, but the actual, let's say, the examples on that one. So today we are we have to work on the let's say the optimizing the renewable energy production. Yes, we are rushing to move to the renewable energy, but how optimized we are is the main question. So today we have the huge set of data, and with the support of AI, looking from the back what we had from the meteorological conditions, wind, sun, and the other conditions what we are having, and how we can just manage that one, and with the support of generative AI, how we can just model it for the future. So because it's an all the time changing data, so we cannot rely only on the past, but we have to have some predictions for the future to have these, let's say, the renewable energy optimization. And the second point of it is the monitoring of that one, because today we are trying to use that maximum, but on the other hand we have to optimize in terms of using it, because as we discussed during the panel, Mr. Ömer Bey said that, so we had this one, we have this challenge that we are using some resources for that one, so the lifespan of it is a very critical topic. The second one, okay, we generate it, but how we are just storing it. Today is the battery, battery storage systems are one of the huge topics that we see in Turkey and all over the world. But what we are using for that one, how we are using and how sustainable is that one. So it's not only storing, we have some peak times, and managing that one with the not using some extra huge resources to manage the grid is the main topics. Okay, on the generation and storage we discussed, but what's happening with the consumption side? So today, without any new technology, 30% of the efficiency in the existing old buildings is a reality. So we just need to know that one and act as per that one. We don't need to wait anything. So how AI will support that one is pretty simple. So we have the models, we have the city models, we have the consumption rates of it. And while we are boosting the consumption and measuring of that one, the metering is the heart of it. On the other hand, with the support of AI, we have to define how to start, because we have to be fast. This is not a story that we can have too much time and be relaxed on that one. We have to act quickly. But on the other hand, while we have the consumption area, so today the grid is not pretty simple. We have the distributed energy resources that we have to manage in a complex way. It's not like generating on one side, consumption on the other side. Today, each and every layer is changing their structure with the storage systems, with the renewables, with the double, triple different source usage and the other topics. So microgrid is coming the part of that one. So you will see different layers of the grid interaction, and you have to manage in a complex way. Okay, today we have the softwares for that one, but predicting that in the near future is a tough topic. The last one that I want to highlight at the very beginning, and the policymakers and the incentives on top of it. It's not only based off the rules, it's also the incentive portion, that because it's not only the, let's say, the companies or the organizations, human being, each and every of us, we have to collaborate to that one to go one step further for the sustainability and the greener future. So today, to give some incentives where we have to start, we have to incentivize, we have to analyze in a short time the behavior of the human, the behavior of the companies, organizations, and everyone. So we can use in this way, and at the end, the policymakers can benefit of these outputs that AI is generating, and all in all, define the strategies for the near future, midterm, and the long term. So in a nutshell, what we are trying to do, at the very beginning I said, okay, we want to go for renewable, but being the efficient one. So AI in the different layers of this process and continuously upgrading itself, so it's just supporting that one, that we can go to that near future in a faster way.
Thank you, Mehmet Bey. As you know, the motto of COP29 is in solidarity for green transformation. So collaboration is key in this transformation. Yes, technology will enable us probably to fasten our solutions and help our strategies, but collaboration is critical. So in that respect, I like to start the second round with, again with Ceren Hanım. Ceren Hanım, how do you encourage collaboration between the tech sector and traditional industries to address the climate crisis? And how can AI-driven digital solutions make a difference in sectors like agriculture, energy, and logistics in Turkey? Floor is yours, 5 minutes.
Thank you. So when it comes to collaboration, I think it's really important to structure an equation where all parties are getting what they usually are not getting. So when we talk about climate solutions, we know that technical people want regional data. They want these different data sets to play with so they can optimize their models. On the other hand, we know that climate NGOs need cutting-edge technology. We did a prior network visualization effort in the beginning of our project to diagnose all the climate NGOs in the world. We realized that there is 1,400 climate NGOs in the world, and out of these 1,400 climate NGOs, only 70 of them have prior AI knowledge and prior AI projects. But even though this seems like a small number, this is a good number because it shows that there's 70 climate NGOs in the world who see the potential of AI to better their applications and better their research. So we did one-to-one outreach to all of these 70 NGOs. We received applications from them, and we selected 5 climate NGOs with that methodology. I think it's really important to do your research and build the collaborations with the people who can come together and kind of fulfill each other's needs. So, and the way to do that is obviously in-depth research and understanding everybody's needs, and make sure that these partners are communicating in the same mindset. So you're probably thinking like AI researchers and climate NGOs, they don't sound like two groups very, used to socializing together. And we realized this problem very beforehand. So we work with a seasoned translator and facilitator in our workshops to make sure that these groups were using the same language, same methodologies, same understanding when it comes to building climate solutions. So what happens when we build climate solutions? Because we explained the project until then, we did the network visualization, we selected climate partners, we selected AI researchers, we brought them together in Istanbul, they had a chance to work face-to-face, in person, in the same room with a facilitator. So what happens next? Out of the 5 collaboration projects, we will directly fund either 3 and 4 of them. And directly funding these climate solutions not only mean that we will fund them with monetary means, but we will also try to feed them with more climate understanding, with more regional data, by bringing them together with other people all around the world who's trying to develop these climate solutions. So we give them a platform to scale their projects. So these groups, when they come together, they develop climate solutions. We built the collaboration, and we try to build the platform. And once these solutions are out, I think it's really important to talk about and think about scale. Because if we just leave it there, it will be a nice project, it will be a new technology, probably a couple of news agencies will write about it, there'll be a couple of more panels on it, but will it serve more populations? And I think when it comes to that point, it's really important to include the private sector. Until this point, this has been a civil society project directly funded by philanthropic donors. But after that point, I think it's really important to use the expertise of the government data centers, the expertise of the private sector, and how they use this technology to place it in a sustainable finance model. So I think it's really, to answer the question directly, I think it's really important to diagnose the needs of the partners that you're trying to bring together. I think it's really important to plan when you're going to bring these partners together and in which stage of the project you're going to bring these partners together. And lastly, I think it's really important to kind of create a common language where everyone is communicating their needs, their expertise, what they can offer, what they want in return, in the same narrative. And we believe that that narrative is the climate narrative. So we're doing this just to make sure that we have more climate solutions in the world so we can preserve our presence in this beautiful planet. I think that's the only narrative that can bring this much different people together.
Thank you, Ceylan Hanım. I think the goal is one, or despite the fact that we may have different languages, and we need translators. And thank you for being helping the translation between those two worlds of, climate act and also the technology. And that's very valuable. I think Ömer Bey has mentioned about the use of data in the climate change and climate crisis, but we like to collaborate a bit further with Sedef Hanım on what kind of innovations does AI bring to the analysis of climate data and climate projections, and how do these innovations contribute, especially in predicting natural disasters and temperature increases, which is pretty critical in nowadays. Yeah, floor is yours. 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Before I answer your question, I would like to add what Ceylan Hanım just said about the collaboration. So I think that when we think about AI project, we always think about this as a technical project, but it's not actually. The AI is a team support. So you have to think about as a team. You have to have your stakeholders, you have to have your data providers, you have to have your technical team, of course, that they're going to do like a modeling and all this technical work. But you also need to work with ethicists. You also need to work with if the model will have like any impact on the sustainability or environment, that you have to work with like environmental subject matter experts. So you need to know about what the impacts are your model is going to have. So then you need to bring all these stakeholders to the project, and you have to work with them in step by step from the ideation to designing of the project, execution of the project, and post-execution and post-deployment and development. So those are important that I would like to highlight before I answer your question. Now I would like to answer your question. I know that like Mehmet Bey and Ömer Bey mentioned about so many like a different application of AI. So I would like to mention like a two important one. One is disaster prediction. So we know that recent years we have seen so many wildfires around the world, in Turkey, in Greece, in Canada, especially in Alberta. State of Alberta, the province of Alberta, last year in like a 10 days period, we have seen more than 100 wildfires. So this is really important, that how can we predict those wildfires, how can predict the duration of the wildfire, what would be the early warning system about those wildfires, because of there are like vulnerable communities living in those areas, and also wildfire, the many animals there. So there are resource constraints. So how many, the fire trucks, and what is the water resource prediction? Those are really important questions. Like how can we early warning system of the wildfire? What are the parameters of the wildfire? And how can we plan and optimize our resources for the wildfire? So past 2 years, government of Alberta work with two startups and scale-up companies. And then they also work with Microsoft. I think it's AI for Good Lab. And then they try to build a model for wildfire prediction and also resource optimization. So it took them about like a year and a half or maybe close to 2 years to build that model. And then of course, like this is a regional model. We talk about like, you know, some of the models that we use are data, some of the data are general data. And Ömer Bey mentioned about the models that have trained on like all kind of data is out there. It's more generic data, but we also need to think about those kind of like regional data. For example, that what government of Alberta use their regional data, regional satellite data and all that. So then they can use the general purpose data, general purpose models, but they train those general purpose models within the regional data so they can use those models. This is one thing. Another thing is I would like to mention is multimodal capabilities of you know, the recent generative AI, or we call foundational models. So this is really important. We usually have like, you know, 1 or 2 different type of data sets, but now we have so many different data sets. Those data could be text data, those data could be, you know, the numeric data or image data or, you know, like a GIS satellite data, as well as, you know, the videos. There are so many different data types. So how we can utilize the potential of those different data within the model. So now we have multimodal, that's called foundational multimodals. So I know that so many of like a big tech companies has been developed those kind of like a multimodal foundation models. So then we can utilize those different data set, because when we use those kind of different data set, so then the information and the input, and then of course, like, you know, when we have the output will be so much rich and so much advanced that we can use for any of these, like, you know, early prediction of like a different disasters and so on. And then the last thing that I would like to mention is again, flood prediction. So recently Google released the flood, I guess, I don't know the name, exact name, but Flood Hub, yes, Flood Hub. So they use different region models, different region data within the river regions. So because there are so many flood happening within the like a different part of the world, so then they put together a platform where they collect all the data within the rivers, and then they predict what will be the floods in like maybe in 10 days or a month or like 3 months and so on. So those are really important models and an important positive impact of where we can use AI technologies. I don't want to go into the detail. I know Mehmet Bey and Ömer Bey mentioned, and then we don't have that much time, I guess. Thank you.
Definitely. I think we are running out of time. Şimdi hemen ben Ömer Bey'e geçmek istiyorum sorusuna. Coğrafi veri altyapısını ve uzaktan algılama verilerinin yapay zeka ile entegrasyonu iklim değişikliğiyle mücadelede nasıl bir katkı sağlayacaktır? Bu kapsamda yer gözlem uydularından elde edilen verilerin yapay zeka algoritmalarıyla işlenmesi, tarım, çevresel sorunlar, afet yönetimi ve kentsel planlama gibi alanlarda ne tür somut kazanımlar elde edilmektedir? Ve bu kazanımlar iklim değişikliğine karşı direncimizi nasıl arttırmaktadır? Bilmiyorum, buna 5 dakikada nasıl cevap vereceksiniz? Ben okumakta güçlük çektim. Ama gerçekten 5 dakika içinde kalın lütfen. Teşekkür ederim.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Son slaytıma geçtim doğrudan. Coğrafi veri altyapısını kullanarak yapay zekayı biz geliştirdiğimizde aslında önümüzde çok yeni kapılar, fırsatlar açılıyor. Ben sadece kendi bakanlığımdan değil, diğer bazı bakanlıklarda ile ilgili bazı örnekler vererek bunu açmak istiyorum. Örneğin Tarım Bakanlığımız, Tarım Reformu Genel Müdürlüğümüz tarımsal üretim planlaması hakkında bir yönetmelik çıkardı. Tüm Türkiye'nin tarım alanlarının takibini, buralarda hangi ürünlerin yetiştirildiğini, ürünlerin sağlık durumunu, su ihtiyacı olup olmadığını ve zararlılarla muhatap olup olmadıklarını uydu görüntülerinden takip edebilmek için bir projeyi başlattılar. Biz de CBS Genel Müdürlüğü olarak onlara bu konuda destek veriyoruz. Tapu Kadastro Genel Müdürlüğümüz tüm Türkiye'nin dijital ikizlerini yapma çalışmasına ortasında şu anda. Önümüzdeki yıl bitirmesini planlıyoruz. Bakanlık olarak biz çevrenin takibi, çevresel sorunların takibini yapıyoruz. Biraz önce de bahsettiğim müsilaj ve diğer çevre kirliliği ile ilgili. Hatta bazı gemilerin denizlerimizi kirletmesiyle ilgili takibi de yapabiliyoruz. Bunun için elimizde önemli kaynaklar var. Örneğin Avrupa Çevre Ajansı'nın Sentinel uyduları, bir uydu seti bunlar. Onlardan yararlanıyoruz. Landsat uyduları var. Amerikan Jeolojik Kurumu'nun uyduları. Aslında Amerika'nın CBS Genel Müdürlüğü diyebiliriz o kuruma. Onların uydularını kullanıyoruz. NASA'nın uyduları var, MODIS gibi. Japonya'nın uyduları var, Himawari uyduları var. Çok sayıda aslında açık kaynak uydular var. Biz bu uydulardan yararlanarak toprağın nemini, sıcaklığını, yüksekliğini, deniz seviyesini, denizdeki klorofil A seviyesini, bulanıklığını tespit edebiliyoruz. Dolayısıyla pek çok analizde bunları kullanabiliyoruz. SAR teknolojisi var, sentetik aralıklı radar teknolojisi. Binaların çökmelerini buradan temin edebiliyoruz. Bir proje başlattık. İstanbul'un SAR görüntülerini bir süredir çektiriyoruz her 15 günde bir. Milimetrik bazda binaların çökme analizini yapacağız. Milimetrik bazda diyorum, santimetrik bazda değil. Ve dolayısıyla deprem riski taşıyan binaları farklı bir açıdan, farklı bir analiz etmeye çalışacağız. Bunun haricinde bu tür veriler deprem riski taşıyan yerlerle ilgili önceden tahminleme metotlarını da içeriyor. Örneğin Japonya'da bulutların kümelenme analizi ya da iyonosferdeki elektriksel dalgalanmalar deprem için ön veriler olarak değerlendiriliyor. Bu tür verileri de toplamamız gerektiğini ben düşünüyorum. Ve deprem konusunda bize belki bir erken uyarı sistemine destek olan bir ikinci kaynak olabilir diye değerlendiriyoruz. Türkiye'nin ulusal yapay zeka stratejisi var. 2021 yılında yayınlandı. Bunu takip etmemiz gerekir diye değerlendiriyorum. 2025 yılında sona erecek. 2025 yılında yeniden revize edildiğinde günümüz teknolojilerini de bunun içine katarak çok daha kapsamlı ve tüm kurumlarımızı kapsayan bir stratejiye ihtiyacımız olduğunu düşünüyorum. Bunu destekleyecek şekilde akıllı şehir stratejimizi ve coğrafi bilgi stratejimizi daha önce bahsetmiştim. Bunlar o yenilenmeden önce ona adaptif olarak hazırlandı ve 2025 yılından itibaren ikinci versiyonları yürürlüğe girecek. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Gayet iyiydi. Teşekkür ediyorum. And I'd like to, this is the last question. The thing is, obviously, there is business behind it. I mean, there should be a business behind this transformation and merging those two transformations, the climate change and the use of technology. And I'd like to ask Mehmet Bey, what solution does artificial intelligence offer to balance sustainability and profitability? And how do these solutions create value for both private sector and the public? Floor is yours.
Thank you, Ediz Bey, once again. So, I mean, this is a big question, as they said, $1 million question, is the sustainability, profitability, how we can do it both together. So, I will try to give a couple of examples from the different, let's say, the sectors. So, let's start with industry. Okay, I will give one example. Okay, digital twins that we are discussing right now, and the panelists give the same example for that one also. So, digital twins there. But with the support of AI, what we are trying to do right now, we have the digital model of any factory, building, anything. We have the past incident records. And with the support of AI, we can just now generate new models and start during the construction phase of the building or a factory, we can start to just educate or train the maintenance members of the team that if any incident happens, what they will do. So what's that one turning back at the very beginning, it's an investment for that company. But all in all, affecting that point for a long time, and with the support of these AI actions, you will have the fast recovery, and after that continue your business. So this is one example for it. The second one, as we discussed, mainly the data centers. So it's a pure dilemma. So we are using digital more. We need new DCs. So we are just increasing that one, and after that increasing data centers. We are trying to keep our data in country level, which is a very critical topic today. So simply you have to invest. Now GPUs are the part of the life. There is a huge increase on that one. So it goes in this way. It's like a ladder impact. But all in all, one example from Google side. So the biggest, let's say, the part of the consumption is coming from the cooling end side, and Google is today using the AI optimized cooling system, which is decreasing the 40% of their electric consumption, which is coming from the cooling end side. So simply with the efficient, let's say, the approach, they are just decreasing that one while they are growing their business. So when we go back to the little bit governmental side, Ömer Bey mentioned the big portion of it. But what I want to highlight is that what we are doing on one side with the technology generation, new AI applications, implementing that one for the all layers of that one, it starts once again of using it. So today, with the right level of incentive for the companies, with the right education level for the new generations, how we will use it and how will that one support our future and the world is the main topic, I think. So in a nutshell, what I would like to say, this is not a competition. This is a collaborative work. If we want to have a greener future, we will have to work all together, that we are generating technologies. Time to time, we are increasing some consumption, but in the further run, if we are just decreasing it and have a better way, this is the resolution only that we can have. Thank you very much.
I wish I could give one question to the floor. I don't know whether we are allowed to, but just one question, you know, since we got some distinguished panelists. Any questions from the floor? No? Okay, I'll close then. Okay, we are 5 minutes late. Well done. So 1 minute each. We can take the blame on. My last remark is, I think it's inevitable to use AI in the solution of climate change problems, climate risks. I think it will be, you know, it wouldn't be wise not to use it. So I think one of the things I got from you is also the collaboration side. So it's not just a problem of, AI specialists. It's not just a problem of, the environmental specialists. It's a problem of all of us, So we have to collaborate to resolve it. And the time is ticking. We don't have much time left. And we owe that to the new generations, yeah? Then thank you for joining us today.
dear guests, it's really a great pleasure to listen to the works and efforts of private, public sectors as well as NGOs here for a greener world. And now we are excited to share insights to Turkcell's journey towards carbon neutrality and the role of telecommunications in empowering societies to adapt to a rapidly changing world and changing climate as well. As one of Turkey's leading telecommunications and digital technology provider, Turkcell recognizes its responsibility not only to meet the connectivity needs of millions, but also to drive solutions that contribute to a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient world. So, beyond the investments in renewables, energy efficiency, and smart technologies, it's also invest in a very range of different sustainability initiatives, like connecting rural communities, advancing e-health and e-education platforms, as well as enabling IoT solutions that make cities and industries smarter and greener. So, Dr. Ali Tahakoç, my first question will be about the role of telecommunication companies. What's the role of these telecommunications companies in accelerating the transition towards a more sustainable future?
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. First of all, I just want to talk a little bit about the Turkcell. You just mentioned that, but Turkcell was formed and started business in 1994. Like 30 years back, we were in the business, but at the beginning, we just started as a telecommunication operator to bring the people connectivity. But 30 years passed, and right now we are a technology firm. We are just supporting our customers from end to end, and we call us as a technology firm, not an operator, not an only operator. So as a technology firm, we are just giving our customers end-to-end solutions. And so that we are just also trying to minimize our impact on the world by doing these sustainable projects and climate resilience. So actually climate resilience is just a responsibility for a company like Turkcell, because we have more than 33 million users, customers all around. Like we have 60,000 businesses that we support. So, but also it is our responsibility, but also it is internally our business need. So because it's not just for our customer base, for our internal usage also we need to be careful about the climate resiliency and sustainability. So that's the reason that 5 years back we established a sustainability team, and we put our goals and targets. So currently, as you may know, if you don't have any target, you cannot be successful. So that's the reason that we have a short-term, medium-term, and long-term targets about the sustainability. And also, we need to create awareness about the sustainability projects. So we ensure that all of our employees has the required knowledge and education. So we just train them how to minimize their impact. So, and also, if you can think about it, we are supporting 43 million users. And then we are managing a huge ecosystem. We have lots of suppliers as well. Besides our employees, also we educate and ensure their trainings of our suppliers. So then the biggest impact that we have is electricity. So we need to be careful about, because our industry, both telecommunication industry, as well as the network operators and the operator business, solely depends on the electricity. And that's the reason that we have a motto in our firm, in Turkcell: more bits, fewer watts. We are going to consume less watts, but we are going to give more bits, because we need to have the highest quality of subscription, highest quality of services, but we need to consume as less as possible. And also the other motto is this: other than efficiency, we have a huge target of investing more and more on renewable energy. So because we believe in that, we just use our technologies. Thinking about it, if you want to store 1 petabytes, it is like a petabyte is hard to explain, but let me tell you that 1 million gigabytes is 1 petabyte. You need to consume 3.6 tons of carbon emission. So digitalization is not free of charge. Also with the digitalization, also, for example, for you, for all of us, sending lots of data to each other. Sending 1 gigabyte of data over the wireless communication environment, you spend 4.3 grams of carbon dioxide emission. So technology is going to bring the carbon emission down, but the usage is also important. So you need to create these bits with spending using less energy.
Yeah, it's a really radical change. As you mentioned, Turkcell is not only a telecommunication provider, but also a technological company. And you mentioned efficiency, renewable energies, you have a big impact. So how do you incorporate, let's say, sustainability in your long-term business strategy? And what are the major projects, initiatives that focus on reducing your environmental impact?
So overall, right now we are just creating our own energy. We have 60 megawatts of wind power plant in Izmir, and also we decided to spend the $240 million for 300 megawatts of solar farms. Turkcell bought around 3 million square meters of area all around Turkey, 7 different regions and 7 different cities, 11 different regions. So we are just buying lands, but their efficiency, solar efficiency is very high. So we are just going to deploy solar farms there. And then totally we are planning to deploy 300 megawatts of energy. And 2026, our target is we are just going to produce our energy, 65% of our energy by our own sources. So currently we are always buying our energy from the renewable sources, and we are very happy about it. But on top of it, we are just going to start building and producing our own energy. This is one side of the business, just to make it improve the efficiency. But the other side is we need to create awareness with respect to this climate change, because we need to educate people as well. So what we are doing is, for example, we have a project called WizKids, and then for the primary school kids, we are building technology labs all around the world, all around Turkey, or different cities. And then in this labs, they are learning how to use AI, how to do robotics coding. And also on top of it, they are learning how to make it efficient, energy efficient. And then we just measure up the social impact of it. Every 1 Turkish lira that we spend, we are just getting a value of 2.5 Turkish lira. So it's like a 2.5 times. So overall, we are just going to invest more and more. Besides that, we are just also supporting all the small businesses. For example, a retail company, we are building a IoT-based services with as an end-to-end solution, and we are managing their lighting as well as the climate controls, and we can save 25% of their electricity. So overall, instead of being a connectivity company, we are becoming an end-to-end solution provider with respect to climate. And also, we didn't forget our elderly. So we have a new project. We have a project overall around Turkey. We call it Digital Spring. As you may know, in Turkey, we call it second spring, right? After some time, elderly people do some changes in their lives. They just move some other places. They just change their jobs. We call it a second spring. But we want to make it a digital spring. So for the nursing homes, we just build digital labs for them, so they can get used to the digital technologies, so they can use the digital technology in such a way that they can create less carbon emission and they can be more friendly to all over the world.
So your comments prove the fact that you are looking to the situation with an inclusive approach, creating awareness for young people, for elderly people, for SMEs. So all your impact is very important. So you also mentioned that target setting is a must for succeeding in terms of sustainability. So what are Turkcell's key emission reduction targets, and how sustainable finance is playing in role to support these targets?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. So again, we address this issue, climate resilience issue, with a scientific manner. So that's the reason that we also put our target with our very short, important targets, science-based target initiative. So we apply for the science-based target initiatives, and we got the approval from our target values. So I'm proud to state that Turkcell is the only company in Turkey that has approved science-based target initiatives. So with the scope 1 and scope 2, we are going to decrease our carbon emission by 50%. For scope 3, we are going to decrease our carbon emission by 25%. This is all approved. In Turkey, and Turkcell is the only company, technology company that has approved science-based target initiatives. And besides that, we have a huge ambitious plan. At 2050, Turkcell is going to be a net zero company. 2050. I hope we're going to all see that 2050, but we are just going that road because we know that if you put the targets, you can achieve it. Without any targets, we cannot go anywhere. To do that, what we are doing is, especially for the telecommunication industry, so we have 35,000 base stations, and all of them are 724 emitting electromagnetic waves. They just need energy. So we just changed 2,000 of those. We add some solar panels to our base stations, and we don't call them anymore base stations. We call them green sites because they just create their own energy. So that's the reason that we are just going to increase these numbers. Currently it is 2,000, it's going to go 3,000, 4,000. But anytime we have the electricity usage, we are just going to support and solar energy and renewable energy. Again, as I told you, $240 million of energy for the solar energy plants. So, and also, besides that, we're just going to provide the energy, but we need to think about the data and data sovereignty as well. So we are building lots of data centers in Turkey, and as you may know, the data centers also consume lots of energy. So we need to invest more and more for the future of Turkey.
Yes, as you mentioned, the spread of technology brings the increase of demand in energy. That's why you are more and more investing in renewable energy and efficiency. So what are your thoughts concerning the problem of electronic waste? This is also a problem of digitalization.
So that's another thing. So as a telecommunication operator, and then we are providing the technology to our customers, we always love them to have the latest and the greatest technological appliances. But we need to be sure about it. If you use it, it is going to be a smartphone. If you don't use it as smart as possible, it's like a feature phone. So that's the reason that the electronic waste needs to be in the two. We need to think about the two aspects. If everybody is using the smartphones or the other appliances, we need to teach them how to use them and how to utilize it. So we can, if they utilize it, it's going to be efficient. It's going to go higher. Besides that, also we have last year we collect 40 tons of the digital waste in our offices. So we are just, and then all the income coming from this project goes to the students in Turkey. So we are always collecting the waste and try to explain to people that it is just you need to be perfect on the timing of the technology when you buy it or when you don't stop using it, because that rotation is so important with respect to the amount of the waste that you're going to create.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koç, for your comments, and thank you for all the works of Turkcell in reshaping the telecommunications and the industry for a greener future. Thank you very much. So if we have any comments or questions from the floor, we'll be happy. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we can start. So, okay, so I would like to welcome everybody, especially for our speaker first. Thank you very much for being here. So this session organized by Integrated Reporting Association Turkey. We are leading organization to support reshaping, redesigning reporting ecosystem in Turkey, responsible to enhance reporting experience for the company. So working together closely with government, regulatory bodies, NGOs, and business side. So I think this is the important point that nowadays we call that turning point and national issue for us to start this journey in Turkey. As you already know that Turkey accepted IFRS S1 and S2 global sustainability standards as a mandatory. That will be effect next year, 2024 report in 2025. So over 500 companies will be responsible to disclose S1 and S2. And the first year will be flexible to disclose which anyway, like inside integrated report or sustainable report or freestyle reporting we can say. But following years will be put inside some specific framework. That's why we are working too hard to put inside the integrated report, because integrated report, such a report you can disclose the financial and non-financial information together with the connectivity way. So S1 and S2 also already emphasized that you have to disclose this information, environmental, social, and governance information related with financials. So that's why this is our turning point as well, to work together with the government and regulatory body. So we have such a distinguished guest, very important speakers today, representing important organization. You will hear latest development of the reporting ecosystem, also investor side, which is very, very important for us, and also accounting professionals. It's very important. You are going to hear from the minister preparation for this process, and also our public oversight, accounting and auditing authority chairman together, and you will hear from him our preparation in Turkey for IFRS S1 and S2, which is as I told you, it's an important step for us. I would like to mention name by name. Hasan Bey is president of Public Oversight Authority. Chris from ISCO, it's welcome. It's the first time we are having somebody from ISCO. Thank you very much being here. Because we have been together with Vikas 2 years ago in Egypt in the same session as well. He's from ACCA. Jenny, welcome again. He's from ISSB, board member of ISSB. Mehrali Bey, already everybody knows you, I think, Mehrali Bey, because you have a lot of effort to organize this event and in Turkish pavilion. He's Minister of Climate Change. Can I say it so shortly? So thank you for having here. So I would like to start my question with Liz, because you started this trouble as ISSB. Yes, am I right? ISSB started this trouble. What is the trouble for us? You regulated, you raised the IFRS S1, S2 global sustainability standards. I had a chance to join the launch in Borsa, London Stock Exchange 2 years ago, 2013 in June. We launched, and also this year we celebrated first year of the standard as well. So I would like to talk about a little bit about the progress of the ISSB standard. But also my main question is that, ISSB standard, not only standard in the world. So we are a close country to Europe. We are responsible to also disclose ESRS, European Union standards, and also GRI. So a little bit confusing for the business side. So they keep asking us what is really interoperability, how these standards and framework work each other, and what is the roadmap for business?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for having me here today, and also thank you very much for being so supportive and embracing on our standards, and we appreciate this a lot. So where do we stand? That was your first question. Basically, it's our third birthday here at COP. It was at the COP in Glasgow exactly 3 years ago when it got announced that the IFRS Foundation also has now the mandate to work on the global baseline of sustainability disclosure. And I think the COP is also always a good moment to reflect, and because it's a milestone in every year, at least if you are active in sustainability, it's a key milestone every year, and so it's always a moment to reflect. So 3 years ago, announcement in Glasgow, then you already spoke about the publication of the standards, which was in summer 23, which was indeed a big moment, because with these first two standards, a company can disclose a full set of sustainability report. So that's the basis that you need, and you can do your full report with that. And when we now look into what happened since then, we had the IOSCO endorsement of our standards 4 weeks after the publication, which is very, very important for the acceptance of the standard, and also very motivating for the member countries of IOSCO. And if we now look where we stand today, we see that around 30 countries are on their way to adopting these standards. So they have started the adoption journey and see how and how exactly they do want to use the standards. So this is a very good progress that we are seeing all around the world. 30 jurisdictions is a lot. If you look behind these jurisdictions, you will see that this is almost 55% of global GDP. It's also more than 40% of global market capitalization, and also more than half of the worldwide greenhouse gas emissions. So that's huge, and it's showing the good acceptance and the great progress we are making. Now you asked about interoperability. That's, of course, a very important topic, and that's also part of our mandate. Maybe to say that up front, we are absolutely committed to ensuring interoperability with other standards. And the idea of this global baseline really is that there is this global baseline that can be used in all countries all around the world, but that this global baseline does allow for additional topics that you might want to disclose, either because of a jurisdictional need or because you want to fulfill additional stakeholder needs. So that's part of the concept. And in order to not go too long, we have a very good memorandum of understanding with GRI. You mentioned GRI. So we find ways of working together, both of course staying independent, but looking left and right how we can come to this interoperability. And on the European standards, there is an interoperability guide available where you can see basically if you're applying ESRS, how can you easily then also comply with ISSB, and vice versa. So if you're applying ISSB as your global passport to travel through the different countries, then what is it that you have to add to then also comply with ESRS? And also there with EFRAG, we have found a very good way of working together and of together having this commitment on interoperability and ensuring that this is as seamless as possible for all the market participants.
Yes, thank you, Jenny. I think I can share a little bit information about what is solution of interoperability. What is our solution in Turkey? Because as I told you, we are responsible to disclose as mandatory IFRS S1 and S2. And also if you are doing some business with European Union, you have to be responsible for ESRS. And also we are using also GRI. So if any company preparing integrated report, you can easily put all together inside integrated report with concise way. This is interoperability. I already shared in Milan conference as well, and they asked me, it's maybe huge and big report, but it doesn't necessarily need to be big report because we are using technology in Turkey. So you don't need to put all this information in the one report. You can just put the link for detailed information to go to the website or whatever you need to go. This is our solution for interoperability, so in a short term. So, Chris, I would like to move to your side because Jenny already mentioned ISCO endorsed, first organization endorsed IFRS S1 and S2, which is very important because the standards, motivation of the standard is investor. So there are many discussions, but I don't want to go any discussion. Why first investor, not stakeholder, whatever, but this is different discussion. But I would like to ask, what is the capital market benefit from these standards? What is your opinion?
Can I start by saying, to defend Jenny a little bit, ISSB isn't the culprit for all of this. IOSCO actually came out before ISSB was born to call for the ISSB to be created. So to be fair to Jenny, if you want to pellet someone, you can pellet me for the time being. But I think that's an important point because it touches upon the point you made in introduction around integrating financial and sustainability. The reason we call for the ISSB to sit under the umbrella of the IFRS Foundation is because the IFRS Foundation was doing the financial reporting that's adopted amongst the majority of countries across the world. And because we wanted that integration, we then call for sustainability reporting to fall under that umbrella as well. It's a really key point as we think to that. And to answer your question, why is this important for capital markets? And why investors and not broader stakeholders? I mean, apart from the obvious fact that we are the international standard setters for securities commission, so our lens is investor, actually the only way you're really going to move the dial when it comes to climate is through private capital. So our first interest was to make sure that investors had access to information which would allow them to be able to analyze both risks and opportunities from corporates, but also information that would be verifiable. So you need that assurance piece to give trust in terms of what the corporates are putting out, and information upon which you could achieve that interoperability that you have mentioned. And of course, ISSB has been doing a great job working with the likes of EFRAG in Europe to try and achieve that interoperability. Once the standards were out and we had assessed them on the basis I've just discussed, then we thought that's not enough, because at the end of the day, standards are just a piece of paper if they're not applied. Since then, we've been working with jurisdictions to try and help them on their roadmap towards implementation, and different jurisdictions will take the different paces to get to that. The important piece is on how long you take to get to the end point of full implementation of the ISSB standards. The important piece is that you get to that point. Why? Because capital markets need information that they can use, make decisions upon, but which they can also compare. It shouldn't matter for an investor if the company is based in Singapore, in Istanbul, or in Washington, by way of example. What should matter is they can look at the reporting from those companies and they can make decision as to what is the best company to invest in on the basis of their portfolio strategy and the climate objectives that they're looking to achieve. That's the importance for climate. It's that comparability, that consistency in the quality of reporting. Yes, the reliability, exactly.
So thank you very much. This is our motivation in Turkey. Actually, we are promoting integrated reporting and IFRS S1, 2, and 2 to provide a better, investment climate, which is very important for us. This is our leverage, I always said, in Turkey to develop the better investment climate and increase the competition level of the companies in the global level, because IFRS S1 and S2 providing global baseline for concise, comparable, and reliable information, which is very important for us to promote our company also in the world, or invite foreign investors in Turkey as well. So thank you for supporting ISSB.
If I came to that
actually.
point,
Yeah.
Turkey is in the greatest position, because if you look at the geography of Turkey, the industry in Turkey, there are so many opportunities for Turkish companies. So.
Exactly. So actually, we are in association, integrated reporting association. Our idea started with the project proposed we call UIC, Investment Environment Development Coordination Committee in Turkey, if I translate correctly. I proposed the proposal for project for this coordination council. I exactly mentioned same thing. It was 2013. If you want to provide a better investment climate, you have to change the business environment. You have to increase the competitive level. You have to provide the comparable, reliable, and consistent information for investors. Otherwise, if you cannot provide the reliable atmosphere and baseline, you cannot get any investors and any foreign investment for Turkey. So we are working too hard to do that. But the accounting professions, because how can you help us? Are you ready to?
Well,
Are you ready to help the company as an accounting body for readiness and also reporting financial and non-financial as an accounting profession?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So just very first, I'd like to thank EBRD for organising this. I think also for your proactiveness in embracing the new international sustainability standards. I know that you've been looking at integrated reporting for years and years and years, but Turkey's adoption of the standards is I think it sets a marker for other countries in the region and around the world that big economies like this are really important to making this work. ACCA, for those of you that don't know, we're an accountancy body. We're a global accountancy body. So we train professional accountants around the world. We have 750,000 members and students across 181 countries. So our members from Alaska, and we have members in Alaska, through to Hong Kong, are all trained to exactly the same standards. They all have the same knowledge and skills and experience. And that's really important because when you're looking at adoption of standards like the international sustainability standards, you need to make sure that everybody learns them at the same way at the same time. You don't want to create disparities between different countries. So it's really important for us as a body that we help the profession do that. We've been engaging in integrated reporting for years. We were one of the founding members of the Integrated Reporting Council, and so this has been bread and butter for us to help bring that non-financial and financial information together. It's part of our core qualification. It's exactly what we've been telling the world to do with others, with partners, to say, look, now is the time, right? Let's get on and do it. And so we were delighted to see the creation of the ISSB and underneath the IFRS exactly where it should be, about making sure that it's not two separate entities, that it's not disconnected. It is incredibly important that they're working in that space. In terms of what we're doing, thinking about the different jurisdictions, we'll say ISSB and ESRS, because of our footprint, we see a responsibility to help raise awareness across the different areas we work. So we're working in Turkey and we're working in the US and in China and in Kenya to explain what's going on, right? So you as a professional says, okay, well, what do I need to know? Well, you need to know X, Y, and Z, and this is how you do it. And we want to give people the confidence and the comfort to take that first step, to say, look, don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. Take that first leap. You're not going to get it wrong. You cannot get it wrong, right? If anything, doing it now puts you ahead of other people. It is a competitive advantage to make that first step towards this journey. Because as has been described, these new standards, they're your dating profile. They're telling the world who you are and what what you're like. And they create opportunities for you and for investors, to seek out returns, but also to move towards that sustainability journey. Our work is really, I think, as almost an intermediary to give people that knowledge, to work with partners around the world, to make sure that we all lift up together, and that we can work hand in hand with ISSB, with EBRD, with governments and businesses around the world to make sure that the adoption is as effective as possible. Right? We know it's here. Great. Let's get on with it. That's our job, is to help people get on with it.
Thank you. ACCA, one of our best friends. And last year in COP28 in Dubai, we launched Turkish standards in Turkish pavilion again. Helen Brandt, CEO of the ACCA, was one of the speakers and panelists, and Jingdong Hua was another panelist, board member of ISSB. And Hasan Özçelik just joined by video. And today we are together. So ACC Turkey also member of Integrated Reporting Association. We have also, we can share with the audience, we have joint training program, like a sustainable finance online program, ACC program, and also integrated reporting training program. So I think we can move Hasan Özçelik. I just would like to mention one word from him. When he was starting to promote these standards in Turkey, it was just about last year maybe, we were talking together in the one session, one meeting. He said, we are planning to make IFRS S1 and S2 disclosure standard as same as the importance of the standard, as same as the financial one. So which is just perfect roadmap for the company. It means that you have to take serious. If you are disclosing financial information, financial report, and you have to take account also non-financial information as same as the financial information, which is very important step. And that's why we took very brave decision in Turkey. Turkey is the pioneering country in the world, regulated and as a mandatory IFRS S1 S2 first time in the world. This is the first country in the world. It is scary, I know, Jenny. But we are very good in shape. We are trying to get ready for next year report. We know we have a lot of difficulties, but we are trying to deal with all these difficulties. A Turkish behavior like that, if we are decisive to do something, we can do. So, Hasan Bey, this is your stage is yours. If you want to use a presentation, please. So, Public Oversight, Auditing and Accounting Authority just leading all this process. And as an Integrated Reporting Association, we are just working together and helping all this process as well.
Distinguished participants, I would like to begin by extending my warmest greetings to you all. I hope that the 29th conference of the parties will be a valuable experience for all participants and contribute to building a more livable world. Honorable participants, in light of recent developments in the global and European context, the Paris Climate Agreement was also ratified by the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. Subsequently, the Green Deal Action Plan was published by the Minister of Trade in 2021. Green Deal Action Plan serves as a roadmap for aligning with green transformation policies, promoting green investments, and enabling value-added production, especially for the European Union and the global economy. In response to these advancements, the Public Oversight Authority issued the Turkish Sustainability Report Standards in December 2023. Aligned with global standards simultaneously, Public Oversight Authority determined the mandatory implementation scope in consultation with relevant stakeholders. Companies under specific regulatory bodies must meet the following 2 out of 3 criteria based on their 2022 and 2023 data. 250 employees, 14 million euro in total assets, and 28 million euro in net sales revenue. 85% of the companies required to engage in mandatory standard reporting have previously reported under different frameworks. Meanwhile, the European Union, which accounts for 41% of Turkey exports, has made sustainability reporting mandatory for approximately 50,000 companies as of January 2024. This development underscores the importance and necessity of sustainability reporting for Turkish companies embedded within the European Union supply chain. At Public Oversight Authority, our goal is to improve the investments climate and enhance the brand value, global competitiveness, and market share of our companies. In this process, relevant ministers are actively working on the carbon border adjustment mechanism, emission trading system, and green taxonomy regulatory and alignment efforts. Additionally, the Minister of the Trade and the Minister of the Industry and Technology are providing support packages for businesses undergoing digital and green transformation. Esteemed participants, as the Public Oversight Authority, we developed the capacity building program to ensure the adoption and accurate implementation of the Turkish sustainability reporting standards and to prepare our companies for the international competitive arena. This program consists of 4 main phases: awareness, meeting, and collaborations. In this phase, we aim to foster awareness among all stakeholders, including business and the public, on topics like green transformation, circular economy, the emission trading system, carbon border adjustment, and climate-related risks and opportunities. Our objective is to ensure comprehensive and accurate knowledge and corporate sustainability reporting. Development of training circular and accreditation of training institutions, the second phase. The second phase focuses on establishing the educational infrastructure required for high-quality sustainability reporting and assurance. Training institutions, especially universities, will be accredited nationwide based on set criteria. Green collar training and certification. This phase seeks to build green collar capacity, addressing the demand for qualified personnel, especially in exporting companies. We will conduct training through the accredited institutions, and individual will be created certified as corporate sustainability reporting specialist by Public Oversight Authority upon passing the examination. This phase receives support under the Ministry of the Trade's responsible program. Building capacity. In this phase, we will authorize sustainability auditors through examination held among independent auditors. Our goal is to establish assurance capacity and oversight mechanism essential for global credibility in sustainability reporting, while enabling companies to identify their strengths and weaknesses. Through this phase, we aim to enhance the quality of corporate sustainability reporting by contributing to every stage from data collection to report preparation, assurance audits, and oversight. Distinguished participants, in conclusion, the twin transformation revolution presents a significant opportunity for a more sustainability future by reshaping economic and social life. Twin transformation may face a threat to those unable to adapt, yet it opens new opportunities for those who embrace it. We know that the best way to predict the future is to create it, and we are working in mobilizing with all our stakeholders to build that future together. A process that requires patience, resource, and intensive effort lies ahead. We strive not only to be affected by this process, but to be among its drivers, with the primary goal of emerging as one of its winners. Turkey has the potential to turn this transformation into an opportunity. we possess the determination and expertise to manage it, and we understand the necessary components of the roadmaps required. As the public oversight authority, with the support of our ministers, we continue to work with universities, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector to bolster Turkey's global competitiveness in sustainability. We value our collaboration with international organizations and consider their support invaluable. In closing, I wish all participants a successful COP29 and hope this event yields concrete outcomes for the well-being of our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hassan Bey. I think collective and collaborative effort, one of the key points in your conclusion, because we call in Turkey, this is national target, national issue. So we have to work all together. And also another thing is that the capacity building, we need, qualified people to support the business and all related organizations. And also in Turkey, you mentioned first year reports will be important for us because limited assurance will be mandatory. That is another, we are just keep increasing the level of our target actually, which is not really easy actually. So, but it means that company have to well prepare in this process. So you are going to see the first sample report next year. I think we will proud of the present in anywhere, just they show up the first year S1 and S2 in a different perspective. So thank you again. So I think we should share another important step in Turkey. Mehrali Bey is going to share the green taxonomy. The minister is working too hard, more than 2 years, I think, Mehrali Bey, to provide the green Turkish taxonomy, which is very, very important to provide reliable, consistent, concise information as well, but another difficult process for the companies and financial institutions. And please share your work. We are really looking forward to see the result of the green taxonomy preparation.
Hello everyone. I thank Güler Hanım for facilitating this important event. I also thank all panelists for their informative contributions. I make a presentation very briefly on Turkish Green Taxonomy that we have newly drafted legislation and we hope to finalize end of this year. Before this issue, let's take a look at the climate finance and sustainable finance, global status of climate finance and sustainable finance. As many of you know all, climate finance means local, national and international finance to support climate mitigation and adaptation. Climate finance is the primary enabler of climate action. Amount of climate finance within the last 5 years, we have seen 3.3-fold increase. Last year, amount of the climate finance reached approximately 1.5 trillion USD. On the other hand, you can see sustainable finance on environmental, social and governance funds. Sustainable finance have been increasing in recent years. Now, the last year is $3.3 trillion now. Turn to taxonomy issue. Taxonomy is a classification system for green investment, you know. The question is, why is taxonomy is required? There is global focus on climate change all over the world, you know. It is required for preventing new investment for harming the environment, to increase environmental, social, and governance-focused investments, for managing physical, reputational, and political risk associated with investments, for responding to demands of investors and consumers sensitive to environmental and social issues, for expanding the investor base and attracting investors, for reducing the risk of greenwashing, and facilitating access to finance in a transparent manner. So, as Turkey, we have drafted new regulation regarding taxonomy. Its name is Turkish Green Taxonomy. In our study, we taken European Union Green Taxonomy, the most comprehensive taxonomy system, and we have a high trade relation. The Turkish Green Taxonomy includes a total of 144 economic activities. The Turkish Green Taxonomy consists of 6 environmental targets. These are mitigation, adaptation, sustainable use of water resources, circular economy, pollution prevention and control, and biodiversity. We have determined the environmental technical screening criteria for these all objectives. We have 4 principles in our taxonomy, and any economic activity must provide substantial contribution to at least one objective. The second one is do no significant harm to the other 5 objectives, and minimum social safeguards must be met, and technical screening criteria activity must be fulfilled. Let's see scope. Actually, we have 2 users. One of them finance sector, the other one is companies. Which companies are under the scope of taxonomy? Companies are whose total assets exceed 5 million Turkish liras and whose annual net sales revenue is 1 billion Turkish liras and above, and whose number of employees exceed 250 will be obliged to report. We have 2 stages in our taxonomy. One of them is eligibility, the other one is alignment. Is this economic activity listed in taxonomy regulation, in our taxonomy regulation? If answer is no, activity is not eligible. If answer is yes, activity is eligible. We have to assess the alignment process. Does the economic activity comply with significant contribution criteria for at least one environmental objective? If answer is no, activity is not aligned. If answer is yes, we have to see DNSH criteria. Does the economic activity comply with DNSH criteria? If yes, activities taxonomy aligned. if any economic activity is compliant with Turkish green taxonomy, financial compliance is measured by key performance indicators. We will also evaluate key performance indicators of financial reports of companies. These KPI are follows the rate of revenues from compliant economic activities to total turnover. Second one, the rate is rate of capital expenditures related to economic activities to total capex. The last one is rate of operating expenses for economic activities to total OPEX. We are planning e-taxonomy system. Companies will input verified environmental data and financial data with the e-taxonomy system. Taxonomy alignment status will be available and related taxonomy disclosure can be generated. The first report is due on 1st January in 2027. All data reports, it is mandatory of verification. Verification is mandatory. Lastly, we have carried out this process in a transparent manner. We have tried to consider expectation of feedback all from stakeholders, and now it's available in our website. We await for your additional inputs, feedbacks in our taxonomy. Thank you very much.
Teşekkürler Mehrali Bey. Some of the audience just hear your explanation, maybe, from this panel discussion. I think national taxonomy very important to for common understanding of what is really sustainability, sustainable economic performance, or what is really sustainable or not sustainable. So that is very important for investor trust, and also important for protecting greenwashing. So this is very, very, very important development for us, actually, especially verification, much more providing much more reliable information for investors. So really looking forward to work together, all financial institution and business side. Thank you for your great work, because Ministry run very open and transparent communication between the companies and all related organizations. I'm sure that many of the companies and organizations inside your discussion and your preparation process. So I would like to move the second round, and maybe, Jenny, I can continue with you. So second turn will be, I think we heard from the regulatory body and ministry. Second term will be with you. I wonder your future strategy for three of organizations. What should we expect to see from you more? So we have enough homework. Is there any support, or is there any something new, such as S3, S4, biodiversity, or you know, human capital? It's coming soon, but not next year, I hope. So what do you recommend to business side especially?
Yeah, thank you very much. Indeed, there's many topics to cover. And before we agreed on our 2-year work plans, or the topics that we want to tackle in the next 2 years, we did actually a consultation, because everything we do is consultation based. And so we asked our stakeholders, what do you want us to work on? And that's what we are then also following. And one big topic, and I think that's also, I sense this need here also listening to this panel, is supporting the implementation of S1 and S2. So before starting something new and adding topics, really supporting the implementation. What does that mean? That means, for example, to have all sorts of educational materials available for the preparers, for the companies that are now starting on their reporting journey, that they have everything they need to get into this and to have all information, but I think also to be encouraged that it's doable and that they, you know, it's a good journey, and we really want to motivate preparers to go on this journey. We cannot do that alone, so capacity building and having a strong partner base with around 40 partners that we have existing is key for that. It's also key as we again want to have a global baseline in which all countries can participate, that we have trainings all around the world in different languages, using these partners, using also our so-called Knowledge Hub, which is a digital platform in which you can get all sorts of materials, webinars, trainings, so really having this accessible, again, all around the world. So that's supporting the implementation of S1 and S2. And then, of course, it's also looking into the global adoption of our standards. So right now, again, it's around 30 countries that are on that adoption journey. And so it's now key to see how we can further accelerate this regulatory journey and see what is needed there. That's, of course, also part of our work. And then, last but not least, it is, of course, technical work. And also there, based on the consultation, the question was, what do you want us to work on next? And there are two topics really crystallized, that is biodiversity and human capital. And so right now we are very active in our research projects to see what is it really that the investors want to see there, which topic is it, which metrics, which demand, how can we bring those topics to a global agreement. Again, we're doing a global baseline. And that's what we're working on, and the next session on this is actually next week, or this week, today is Saturday, depending on how you see that, where we have the next board meeting where we look into the first results of that research. And I think that's also one key point I want to make here. We really take the time and diligence to see what is also already existing out there, what has been established already, what has been used by preparers, what is it that investors are already using, to not necessarily reinvent the wheel, but really understanding also there how we can ease the implementation of a potential new standard that would then arise from that.
Thank you, Jenny. I think we are on the way to our journey, and every day we can see more detailed information, more questions from the business, because implementation is exactly different than like training or sharing information. So when the company started to implement it, started to disclose, prepare S1 and S2, you know, many questions, many troubles. So you will hear more maybe from Turkish companies because we are the first. And also as Integrated Reporting Association, we are helping our not only member companies, but also all stakeholders, working together very closely with all related stakeholders, especially regulatory body, and also ACC, our member, and I think the most important professions to help the business. Not only reporting, but also materiality issues and, you know, interoperability and reporting issues. Just, it's very important. I would like to move to Vikas, actually, a second one. So what is the challenge most important challenge for the business? And what is your roadmap for them to, maybe they would like to hear at the moment, okay, this is important, you have to start this way, or you have to move, you have to be careful in this point, whatever.
Yeah.
More detailed information.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I think two different areas. One area that all countries and all businesses need is strong political leadership. And I think hearing from yourself, Minister, that Turkey's plans for adopting the standards for the green taxonomy sends a very clear message to the business ecosystem that it is here, we're expecting you to do it, we're going to make it as easy as possible for you to do it, but it is here now, let's go. In terms of what ACCA is doing, I mentioned that we're working closely with the IWSB. We're running workshops around the world. really taking the information to businesses, standing in front of finance professionals and holding their hand through the process, right? Because that's what they want, that's what they're asking for, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to make it as easy as possible for them to learn. We produce a whole range of thought leadership and guides. In fact, we produced a sustainability reporting guide built around the ISSB standards. We actually have workbooks, Excel workbooks, that you can download, you can copy and paste, and you fill in your own numbers, right? This is it. We're doing this because the only way it's going to get done is through the support of organisations like ours, like ERTA, and others around the world, to actually give you the material that you need. We have a new report coming out this week, Principles of Good Corporate Reporting. Again, this is about helping you through the process and through the journey. We're also we're doing a lot of work with the European Commission at the moment, because we work across Europe, and we work with Europe's neighbours, we work with businesses and countries around the world that are affected by the jurisdictions, the European jurisdiction. And so we're trying, given our global footprint, we're trying to bridge that gap between countries and other countries, sort of external countries to Europe and the EU, so they can understand the challenges that US companies are facing, that Chinese companies are facing, Singaporean companies are facing, in engaging in the ESRS process, the CSRD process, because we have members across both areas, and so they want to know what's going on. And I'll give you an example. We talk about, it's very easy to think that, oh, well, actually, this is all, everyone in economically developed countries are just pushing ahead with this. I'm speaking to some of the largest companies in the US that have got no idea how to start. They're privately owned companies, massive, massive companies, big exporters, manufacturing bases across the world, and they're saying, help us. We don't know what to do. We don't have the skills, we don't have the knowledge, we don't have the frameworks to get on and do this. So please help us. So we're doing that. We're trying to engage through chambers and everything else. And of course, we're an accountancy body, we're an education body. So what we're trying to do is provide education materials for countries around the world. And so in the past 2 weeks, after about 18 months worth of work, we've launched our new professional diploma in sustainability. Now this is, it's very comprehensive, it's about 60 hours of learning, so it's very, very much in depth, but it is designed to meet the ISSB requirements and the European Commission's CSRD requirements to take you up to the point where you can provide sustainability assurance services, regulated sustainability assurance services, because that is what is being asked for, to prevent greenwashing, to ensure that companies have verifiable, comparable data and material. And so that's the role that we're playing. Now, there are still challenges, as I said, political leadership is one. Understanding the data and where you get that data from is another one, which is why we're really happy to see ISSB working with GRI, with EFRAG, with CDP, that coming together to build this picture is really important. It is a challenge, but that's why we're asking businesses to turn to their accountants, turn to their finance professionals, and ask them for that help. You ask businesses around the world, and the first place they go to is their accountant. It shouldn't be any different for sustainability. We're here, that's what we're supposed to be doing. So that's a big challenge, but like I said, that's what ACCA is providing, all of this material. It's all available online for free. We're translating a lot of it into, I think we've done Turkish, we've done Azeri, we're doing stuff in Spanish, in Arabic. We're doing this because it's about bringing that information to people, right, and businesses, and helping them take that first step. And we're trying to remove that fear element. There shouldn't be any fear around this. It's a positive thing. It's a positive thing to report on your sustainability, to show your weaknesses.
Thank you very much. I think we are on board with us in Turkey, so we have real collaborative effort. Last week, 6th of November, we had a big event at Borsa Istanbul, joint event with Borsa Istanbul, Public Oversight Authority and Integrated Reporting Association Turkey. We had a bell-ringing ceremony at Borsa Istanbul to launch our standards with 2 Deputy Minister of Finance participation, and Chairman of Capital Market Board, the Chairman of Borsa Istanbul and CEO of Borsa Istanbul, and of course, President of Public Oversight Authority and myself. And Veronica was together from ISSB in Turkey. And we ring the bell for the companies to announce, okay, we are starting this journey together, and we are all together, which was very important. Emmanuel Faber joined by live video. Helen Brand also was in our meeting. Esma, one of our speakers. Paul Drachma, one of our speakers. Mehrali Bey, and the three people from the different ministers. We were together at the one panel, and also business side. We were together, the 6 CEOs from different industries. You know, I would like to say, you know, IFEC President Esma also. Just we were all together and to discuss our situation in Turkey, our future roadmap, our strategy, which was very important. But when we back to Chris, you know, this is more first target is again finance and investors. So this is important to, this implementation process is very important to reach also sustainable finance sources. So what is the ISCO recommendation and roadmap for the companies?
Thanks. So because of our role, I suspect our recommendations will be threefold. And they're not just for companies. But the first one, they're for regulators. And it's bring clarity. And everything that the two presenters have just shown is so exciting because it is about bringing that clarity to the market, right? You need the taxonomies, as you say, to avoid greenwashing. There will be companies that do greenwashing without meaning to do it because they don't have that information in their country. So bring clarity. The second piece is alignment. And again, that is the role of regulators, of governments, and of us as international organizations. And it's not just on sustainability reporting. We're making progress in sustainability reporting, but you mentioned the ETS scheme. Actually, we've released recommendations for both ETS and for voluntary carbon credit markets on the basis of, if we're going to do this, let's make sure there's alignment in how those markets are structured so that you can get depth and liquidity in the markets because you can have international trading. Taxonomy is another one. You need alignment of taxonomies to be able to get to that. Azerbaijan has done exactly what you're doing in Turkey. Theirs is looking to align with Russia's, but that's okay. As long as everybody's looking broadly to align, we'll hopefully get to a point where we get to that global alignment. That's really important. And the third piece is building capacity. Now, building capacity is needed at the level of the regulators, and that's what we are doing as IOSCO. We're working with the World Bank, with the SSB, to help jurisdictions do exactly what you've done in Turkey. Build your roadmaps. Think about those key questions. Do I need a standards board? Do I just implement it into law? Do I need to make some tweaks, minor ones, so that my corporates can do this properly? So we're helping jurisdictions do that. But there's a huge piece of work around building capacity for the companies. And again, what you are doing there is fantastic because it is needed. We're working with others. ACA is doing a lot of work. The UN Sustainable Stock Exchange Initiative is doing a lot of work on that as well. I think they've done training in Turkey as well. But you need that local training.
Of this as well.
Yes. And it is so fantastic to see that. This is what will help companies. It's having clarity, it's having alignment, so they don't need to learn about 100 different sets of standards, and it's getting the training made available to them so that they get the skill set, because that skill set isn't prevalent at the moment in the economy. It needs to be built. So it's collaboration to help them.
Okay.
And to that point about we shouldn't be scared. I agree we shouldn't be scared, but there is a good element about fear. And there's that saying, right? Feel the fear and do it anyway. That's what Turkey is doing, and I think that's fantastic.
Thank you very much. So I think we are moving forward for more resilience and sustainable economy. This all component is very much important for us, and it's necessary to implement correctly and properly. So thank you very much for your insight and your contribution, your sustainable contribution for us, which is very important. So I hope it's helpful for the audience and all business. So thank you very much for your support as well. Thanks.
Sayın konuklarımız, panelimiz başlamak üzeredir. Lütfen yerlerinizi alınız. Dear guests, our panel will be starting shortly. Please take your seats.
İngilizce. Are we starting? Yes, okay. Hello everyone. It's the second from the last panel today. So we'll be as quick as possible to leave time to the last panel. My name is Ussal Shahbaz. I'm running a government affairs company in Turkey that's focusing on technology, including climate tech. And we have three distinguished panelists today. I'll also talk myself. I'm the moderator, but I'll also talk at the end very briefly. So we have Ms. Canan Özsoy, who is now a fellow at Özyeğin University, a board member at Garanti Bank and Tefhan, and she's also my former boss at GE Turkey, so she knows all these energy issues and technology issues from the first hand, and she's also finishing her PhD studies on climate transition. Next, not in this order, but in the speaking order, we have Zafer, who is the chair of the AI Policies Association in Turkey, a very distinguished fellow and friend of mine. He will talk about what's happening in the AI space in Turkey and how it relates to climate transition. And lastly, we have Erdem Erkul, who is the chairman of Cerebrum Tech and the chair of the Technology Council of Turkey's Foreign Economic Relations Board, TEİK. He's both an entrepreneur as well as a very important thought leader in these issues in Turkey. So we'll also get his perspectives at the very end. So I would like to start with Canan Hanım. Canan Hanım, maybe you can, just to kickstart the conversation, give us an overview of how you understand the institutional structure that surrounds climate tech and climate transition. And from there, we will connect to AI.
Perfect. Thank you, Ussal, for the wonderful introduction. And dear guests, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here today. Also, a big hello to the people who are watching and listening to us online. I will do a brief setting the scene, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about challenges and hopefully bringing it up to the level that my esteemed colleagues here, panelists, are going to solve those issues using AI and other advanced technologies. So the climate crisis is a complex, multifaceted problem that refers to the ongoing rapid changes in Earth's climate system, primarily caused by human activities such as the burning of fossil fuels, deforestation, and industrial processes. It involves not only the rise in global temperatures, but also disruptions in weather patterns, sea level rise, biodiversity loss, and threats to food and water security. The crisis is complex because it intersects with numerous social, economic, political, and environmental issues, creating a web of challenges that require coordinated global responses. And hence, we are all here for COP29, 29th year. It's still a complex problem, so not much is solved. Solutions are complicated by differing national interests, economic dependencies, and the urgency to address both immediate impacts and the long-term sustainability. It is a problem that spans across various scales, from local communities to global governance, and demands interdisciplinary approaches involving science, policy, technology, and societal change. While the Paris Agreement adopted in 2015 represents a critical international framework for addressing climate change progress in containing global warming, it has been much slower than needed to meet its goals. Global emissions trends remain on the rise as the economic growth in emerging markets lead to increased fossil fuel use. Even if all the promises are fulfilled, the temperature expected to rise by the year 2100 is 2.7 degrees, way above the 1.5 that we have been targeting. National commitments versus reality, there is a gap between commitments and the policies or actions that are actually being implemented. Paris Agreement calls for financial support to help developing countries transition. Some progress there, but again, short of promise, while 85% of clean investments go to and from developed countries, only 15% are in emerging countries. In short, while Paris Agreement helped raise global awareness and initiated steps toward addressing climate change, the current pace of progress is not yet sufficient. We need to pledge more and we need to execute more. Developing creative solutions and strategies to decrease atmospheric greenhouse gas emissions requires a holistic and transdisciplinary energy transition framework, which is what I am working on, and should involve every person, company, entity, and all governments. This can only be achieved with efforts on both local and global levels, which need to convince A, industries to change their traditional operation modalities, B, people to alter their consumption behaviors, C, governments to change their rules, regulations, and incentives. I'm not even mentioning the need to transform existing global energy infrastructure in generation and transmission networks. Besides complexity and enormous scale, the other issue is access to financing and capable human resources to work on actually this transformation. Let's start with financing as the major bottleneck. While there is considerable momentum toward financing the green transformation, several interconnected challenges ranging from risk perception and financing structures to policy inconsistency and infrastructure gaps must be addressed. To name a few of these financing bottlenecks quickly, the first one is capital intensity and upfront costs. It takes a lot of money to set up green energy plants. And also, if you want to demolish existing fossil fuel ones, it's another big financial burden, including finding jobs for the people who will be displaced. The second is risk perception and market uncertainty, especially in developing and emerging markets. The risks pertain to inconsistency of these projects and the policy support leads to financial institutions to be shy about it. The third one is financing mechanisms and market gaps. Green bonds, as you know, are in our lives, but they are still underdeveloped, and because the carbon pricing mechanism is globally not stable and well defined and well regulated, these bonds are not where they should be to support this transition. So regulatory and policy challenges limit access to financing, and creditworthiness of developing nations is another challenge. Greenwashing and lack of transparency also adds to why we don't have enough financial support. This can be solved by innovative financial models, global carbon markets and policy alignment, transparency and standards. Lastly, I want to touch upon accessing human resources with the skills and capacity to handle the carbon footprint calculations and other green transformation skills. Carbon accounting, emission reporting, environmental management systems, life cycle analysis, data analytics, and so on and so on. So this skills gap in sustainability and carbon accounting is very valid. Difficulty in attracting and retaining talent in this developing narrow sector is challenging. Budgets are limited. Human resources of big corporations don't really know what this is about, and there is a resistance. So, overall, the world is behind its plans. One of the challenges is the complexity and enormousness of this task. The other is there isn't enough money dedicated. And the third is there isn't enough people to work on this particular topic with the necessary skills and training. So can this be solved, and can AI solve part of it? Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Canan Hanım. So we don't have skills, we don't have money, we don't have the institutions, but we have AI. And Zafer is the founder of AI Policies Association in Turkey, which is not the first, NGO on this in Turkey, but probably one of the few in the world, right? So based on what Canan Hanım has said about the general overview of the climate transition challenges, tell us a bit about what's happening in AI, especially in Turkey, and with regards to the climate transition.
Thank you, Usal. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You are all welcome. First of all, as IPA, we are very happy to be in Baku. Thank you so much, our ministry and United Nations, for hosting us. And thank you all for coming here today. Turkey is also a candidate for COP31. We escape everyone's support. In recent days, everyone is talking about AI and climate change. Today, I am going to talk about developments in AI and climate change. The world is changing so rapidly. AI and climate change are transforming the world. So, are we ready for this transformation? I think we are not. But we must be ready before it is too late. Nowadays, it is hard to have a strong economy without AI. In Turkey, AI and climate change ecosystem are improving day by day. There are 208 universities and 104 technoparks in Turkey. There are more than 10,000 startups. AI and climate change are on the agenda of our universities, technoparks, and startups. Turkey's high technology export reached $9.1 million. There are important developments in the fields of AI and climate change in Turkey. You know, climate change has been added to the name of our ministry. Climate change presidency was established under our ministry. In Turkey's climate strategy, we have a zero emission target for 2053. Turkey will achieve this. The rate of those who believe in climate change in Turkey is 85%. I think it is very percentage. The Turkish Parliament AI Commission was established. The Security Council now includes AI in its decisions. The General Directorate of Science and Technology Policies of the Ministry Foreign Affairs was established. The Ministry of Health established the Department of AI. A cybersecurity presidency will be established within the presidency before end of the year. In Turkey, there are 27 million Generation Z. This is more than the individual population of 143 countries. Young people in our country are very interested in AI and climate change. If we can turn this interest into knowledge, Turkey will have a very important position, AI and climate change. AI diplomacy and ecological diplomacy are now on the main agenda of countries. AI and climate change are indispensable for Turkey and all countries because we know that firstly, AI is going to affect all sectors, agriculture, energy, media, education, especially climate change. Secondly, AI will make 85 million people unemployed. However, AI will also create 97 million new jobs. Climate technology expert is among the most important jobs of the future. Thirdly, AI will create $16 trillion for the economy by 2030. So, the driving force of the economic development will be AI. Unchecked climate change could result in a global economic loss of up to 18% of GDP by 2050. Countries are using AI-based economic forecasting models. The global market for green infrastructure is projected to reach $1.5 trillion by 2030. By 2025, an estimate 1.8 billion people will live in areas plagued by water scarcity. AI-driven water management systems, such as predictive analytics for drought patterns, are being implemented in some countries. Climate change could reduce global agricultural productivity by up to 30% by 2050. Countries are deploying AI to create more precise climate models and early warning systems. Drone technology supports reforestation and biodiversity efforts. So, what should we do? Awareness first, awareness indispensable. We need to develop projects that will further raise awareness on AI and climate change. Then education. Education is indispensable. We need to give good training to our youth, especially on AI and climate change. There is the world's first and only AI university in Abu Dhabi. Why not establish universities of climate change in countries? We must produce and implement permanent, stable policies on AI and climate change. Climate change is a global problem, and country can solve it alone. We need to work together on AI and climate change. For this reason, AI and climate change are not the future. AI and climate change are today. Thank you so much for listening.
Zafer, thank you very much. Now, I'll turn to Erdem, who is also a practitioner of AI. And Erdem has many hats, as I told you before. One of them I forgot. He's also an honorary consul of Republic of Korea in Turkey. And Erdem and I know each other from his days in Samsung. So he knows that part of the world very well. And then he was at Microsoft. So I'll throw him two questions. One is, we talked about AI and solving the climate problem, but due to the data center and energy consumption, I think AI is also creating a climate problem, right? So maybe you can touch into this. The second question is how really, with your company, you are helping resolving the, climate tech issues. And the third one is, given your experience in Turkey, Korea, and others, how do you see the AI diplomacy? And, how do you see these mid-sized emerging powers with overlapping interests to work together? So maybe you can, whatever question you want, you can respond. I throw you three, you choose.
Thank you, Sal, and first of all, welcome. And thanks government of Azerbaijan and United Nations and our ministry for hosting us. And actually, today and during this month in the COP29, many peoples and many experts, they are talking about Ustad's questions actually. And maybe I can mention that some use cases from my company, from my experience. Also, I will start from your last questions, Ustal. Yes, collaboration among and mid-sized emerging powers, countries and the companies, etc., and on climate change and AI, both feasible and highly beneficial. I believe that. But I noted first pillars are very important. I am thinking for mid-sized emerging powers. One of them, shared interest, including, for example, climate change impacts, because many people, they are talking about the climate change, many institutes, many universities, but we need to see their impact and the results important. And another one, AI for sustainability. And actually, AI offers solutions for managing resource and optimizing energy consumption and predicting environmental change, and which are the critical for sustainable development. And the second one, cost sharing and resource optimizations, actually very important. And the third one, diplomatic and regional benefits. This is your second questions. For example, mid-sized countries often act as bridges between global powers and smaller nations. And by collaboration on AI and the climate initiatives, they can enhance their global influence and to set an example offers, for example, G20 and OECD and the United Nations, etc. Because every countries, they are going to like United Nations Summit, and they can share their use cases, they can share their comments, etc. This is third one, and the last one, successful use cases, because we will learn, my opinion, after the see some things, some results. Maybe I can mention that what are we doing. For example, we have 3 projects, and we developed and we finished and we closed the deal. And also we are nowadays getting collection data, and we will share next year our results, for example, our projects. For example, one of them, and with my companies and the VPLAT, the Korean partners, we designed the MI Sonic hardware. And we are going to cities, and with this hardware, we are listening to pipeline. And then we are trying to detect the water leak. And in Seoul, VPLAT companies, 10% efficiency, we saw the results. All Seoul cities, we work to Seoul municipalities as the VPLAT companies. And then we visited the Turkish municipalities, many municipalities. Only we made this project in Ankara and the Sivas, and nowadays still our teams, they are listening to pipelines, and we are detecting the water leak, and then we are sending the data, and collecting data, and our AI platform responding, and we are sharing the results alive with the municipalities, and they are going to pipeline, and then they are finding the water leak. Another projects with our Korean partners, we created the AI assistant only for climate change. For example, nowadays we are using many GPT services, but after 70%, we are seeing hallucinations. But we thought that 2 years ago, and we can create the AI platform, but we are creating and we are sharing with our customers and institutions. They are creating their AI assistant. Then for climate change, we created the climate change assistant. You can use also climatechange.sereinsight.com. It's free, and you can use and you can talk these assistants all COP29, all COP28, 26, 27, all United Nations, open source, and platform knows everything, no hallucinations. Only you are talking with our AI assistant about climate change, no other issues. And then actually your last question, first question actually in the data center and the energy efficiency, it's very critical because last 4 years everyone's are talking about AI. All industries, they are trying to close and the finalization their transformation, digital transformation, and they want to use AI products, etc. Some companies also, they are producing the AI products, and we need to many new spaces because we need to use data center, etc. But data centers are using energy. For example, last month, and the top 50 companies from the technology sector, for example, Microsoft, I saw that they are trying to buy nuclear plant. Why? Because they want to use nuclear plant energy, their data centers. The other also biggest cloud companies, they are trying to buy nuclear plant. They will establish their own nuclear plant, maybe. We will see that. And because of this, and yes, energy is very important, especially including use the data centers. But I cannot say nowadays some results. We need to see after they collect the data, after the AI and the cloud computing systems, and maybe after next 2 years, we will see some results. We will see some science articles, etc. Then I can say something about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me add a few things, and I'll ask one more thing to Canan maybe, and then we'll wrap up. I think, based on this conversation, let's turn back to Turkey and focus back on the opportunity. The World Bank, every year they publish something called the World Development Report. It's like the flagship report of the bank, and every year they focus on a theme. This year's theme was coming out of the middle income trap. And one of the ways that they have proposed as a way out of coming out of the middle income trap for countries like Turkey is focusing on the climate technologies, because that's where the creative destruction will happen in the next few decades. And there was a very interesting analysis which really impressed me. From a skills point of view or a capabilities point of view, they map all the climate technologies, and then based on the current endowments of each country, what they produce at the moment, which countries has the largest potential in climate technologies. They do this mapping, and obviously everywhere China is the first, but to my surprise, Turkey was the second, because I think Turkey has a very strong manufacturing base,
although it is mid-tech manufacturing, it can immediately be converted into these, climate tech technologies. And actually, I would like to remind to Canan Hanım one instance that we had when we were in GE. There was this company in İzmir, Ateş Çelik. They were producing metal signage for shops, very simple things. And they became a GE supplier, and then they started to produce steel towers for the wind turbines, from the signage to towers. So this transformation can happen, but it requires a very high level of collaboration between the OEMs, large companies, SMEs, and the government. So that's, I think, where the opportunity lies for all these technologies, including the AI. Canan, maybe you can build on this and say a few more things.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to mention two things that are critical where AI can significantly contribute, and especially in Turkey. The first one is, before we attack the problem of green transition, the best thing we can do is to make the problem smaller, thus energy efficiency. From buildings to industrial plants to vehicles, energy efficiency. Use what we have more efficiently. If we do this across the board, the response we're going to get is huge, and AI will make it easier, accessible, more readily calculatable, the return on investment more obvious for companies and especially SMEs. The second area is waste management. We are all focused on energy transition, power plants, SMRs, wind turbines, but every day 8.5 billion people are producing waste. And this waste has a significant impact on greenhouse gas. What the World Bank again has predicted is it will account for 2.6 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent by the year 2050, adding on to our current burden, and using artificial intelligence to better manage this, because there is a lot of technologies and better sorting, better removal, better mining of the waste is possible through AI technologies, and there are some very interesting examples. This morning I talked about them from Sweden, from Netherlands, from Colombia, very successful examples of managing waste better. And I would like to also add on what Ussal said. I do believe sincerely that Turkey is well positioned in the second place. We cannot be first because of the scale, 100 million versus a billion and a half, but really Turkey has understood this. Look at what we have been able to achieve in 15 years in green transformation. It's impressive.
Yes.
Without any global support, without any privileged access to global financing. This is what we have done with our people and with our government's support. Now, if we can take that to the next step and continue localization, local manufacturing, supported by software development, AI tools development, I think we can definitely make a change, not only in the future of Turkey, but also on the region that it neighbors.
Thank you. Thank you, Canan Hanım. I was warned that the next panel has to start earlier than planned because of logistical reasons. So the best panels are short panels. I would like to thank you all and all of our audience for listening us. Thank you very much.
But I do want the panel photo.
Yes. Bir fotoğraf.
Good afternoon. We are in the last session of today's panels in the pavilion of Turkey. Just little reminding to you, we have translation option from Turkish to English, from English to Turkish. In anyone in needs of a headphone, people around will help you. Today we are gonna talk about green and innovative technology solutions for emission management. We have 4 valuable speakers and panelists. They are gonna share their experience. Actually, as the Minister of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change of Republic of Turkey, we manage all kind of environmental issues like air, water and waste, and all the regulations and law we as the General Directorate of Environment Management we organize. In the light of climate change we update. Now today we will be hearing some special topics. First of all, local government applications of emission management. Dr. Serdar Koyuncu will be mentioning about the applications of Greater Konya Municipality. And after that, Dr. Gözde Koygun, CEO of Hexagrafen Nanotechnology Industry. She's gonna mention about new innovative approach against air pollution and new technology regarding asphalt and road pavement. And then Mr. Emre Gencer, CEO of Simge Group, nearly not polluted or air quality technology or machinery regarding aggregates as a primary material for concrete. And finally, last speaker, Dr. Ekrem Hamid, is going to mention about environment financing issue. Now, I'll give the floor to Dr. Serdar Koyuncu, who is the head of Department of Climate Change and Zero Waste of Konya Greater Municipality. Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Serdar Koyuncu, the head of Climate Change and Zero Waste Department at Konya Metropolitan Municipality. I would like to continue my speech in Turkish. Öncelikle bize bu oturum için fırsat veren çok değerli genel müdürümü ve moderatörümüze, bakanlığın bütün yetkililerine ve İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığımızdaki bütün bütün yetkililerimize çok teşekkür ediyoruz. Bugün biraz önce genel müdürümüz, moderatörümüzün de bahsettiği gibi aslında biz burada yeni bir inovatif bir projenin Çevre Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Bakanlığımızın koordinatörlüğünde Konya Büyükşehir Belediyesi'nin sahada yürüttüğü destekler Hexagrafen ve Dallata konsorsiyum firmalar tarafından desteklenen yeni bir inovatif bir projeye başladık. Bu projemiz Çevre Şehircilik Bakanlığımız tarafından desteklenen, hem teknik hem finansal olarak desteklenen bir proje. Türkiye'de ve dünyada belki yeni bir çığır açacağımız bir projeye başlamış bulunuyoruz. Bu proje ile iklim değişikliğine dayanıklı, dirençli şehirlerin oluşturulması, yolların oluşturulması ve iklime uyumlu bir şehir modelinin ortaya konulması hedeflenmiştir. Bunun yanında çevresel parametrelerin, emisyon gazlarının, karbon emisyonlarının, tekerlek ses gürültüsünün minimize edilmesi de hedeflenmiştir. Ayrıca projemizin çok önemli olan bir tarafı plastik atıklardan elde edilmiş olan biyolojik bir ürünün asfalta kullanımıyla hem plastik atıkların azaltımı hem de yeni bir biyolojik ürün olan bu grafenin asfaltta yeni bir çığır açmasına sebep olabilecek bir projemiz. Şu anda bu projemiz, laboratuvar çalışmalarımız Süleyman Demirel Üniversitesi ile beraber tamamlandı. Saha çalışmalarına 1 kilometrelik bir pilot gerçek ölçekli bir uygulama yaptık. Bunun detaylarını biraz sonra zaten Gözde Hocam detaylarını anlatacak. Burada izlemiş olduğumuz parametrelerimiz mevcut. Sahada 8 ay biz öngörmüştük. Daha sonra genel müdürümüzün talimatlarıyla bunu biz 1 yıla uzattık. 4 mevsimsel olarak incelememiz daha uygun olacağı kanaatine varıldı. Buradaki projemizin tamamen inovatif olmasının aslında 3 ayağı var. Birincisi plastik atıklardan elde edilmiş olması ürünün karbonla özel sentezlenip yeni bir ürün olarak inovatif ve biyolojik kökenliğe dönüşmüş bir ürün olarak kullanılması. Üçüncüsü de asfalt teknolojisinde hem emisyon gazlarının minimize edilmesi, asfalt kalitesinin arttırılması ve şu anda geleneksel asfalt dökümünde 160 derecede bitüm hazırlanır. Belediyeler de öyle, Karayolları Genel Müdürlüğü de öyle. Orada bizim çalıştığımız bir aşamada 140 derece, biraz sonra Gözde Hocam onları anlatacak. Oradaki sonuçların çok verimli olduğu ve bir enerji verimliliği, enerji kazancımızın da olduğunu görüyoruz. Bu projede bize desteklerini esirgemeyen Çevre Şehircilik ve İklim Değişikliği Bakanlığımız, İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığımızın tüm yetkilerine ve özellikle Genel Müdürümüzün bizzat kendisi olaya sahip çıkması ve onun koordinasyonda yönetilmesi bizim için çok önemli. Kendilerine de teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you, Dr. Serdar Koyun. Well, actually, this is a very good example. A local government focus on air pollution, so and also support and sponsor, make a sponsoring for R&D project, not only for conventional road pavement, but also in the meantime less polluted and less noise producing road pavement. So that's a good opportunity. We really thank to Konya municipality. Now we'll give the speech to Dr. Gözde Koygun, and she's gonna mention about her patented project, which is the plastic waste transform into more efficient material of road pavement. So how is it going, and where do you get this idea, and what is the target that we are gonna reach? Please, we are listening to you, Dr. Koygun.
Thank you, Mr. Fatih. First of all, I would like to thankful for this organization to give us that opportunity to give this, explain my explain my project here as a like valuable people around me. Our project is reduction of air and noise pollution with asphalt paving pilot project, as you see. How we start this story actually, since 2013, I have scaled the technology, starting with a reactor that holds just over a few grams, as you see in here. Like, I don't know if I can. No, şöyle gösteremiyorum. Ben şöyle kalksam olur mu sanki?
Okay, feel free. You can use.
Çünkü sunum göremiyorum. Biraz zorlandım. It's better to give speech from here to explain my project. It didn't turn back. Şey mi oldu? It's not moving. Oradan bir geri alacağız. Başka. Geri. Sorry. Yeah. Now I will feel more relaxed. We start this develop this technology in 2013, as you see in here. I was student in USA, and then we developed the second scale up in 2020, which is like 200 grams. And then this is by the way, this is carbon capture system that we are capturing the CO2 from like air and and taking these CO2 inside of this reactor, and inside of this reactor we are putting some like used plastic materials, and then we are developing these nanomaterials to use in asphalt pavement. Like until 2017, I had a chance to develop this technology, supporting the Ministry of Industrial in Turkey. We made it the reactor as a 1 kilogram per day. And then right now, with that material, actually I had a chance to do some pilot project in Konya, which is like 2.5 kilometers. And we had 10 different parameters that we are measuring for these areas. And to do this project, Ministry of Environment and Climate Change are supported here. And this is the technology. This is the technology that we are planning to do in Konya. This is like 1 or 2 tons per day. We can, use plastic materials, and we can use the CO2 and capture it inside of these reactors. And we can use as a raw material the used plastics in here. We have some, mechanical issues over there, and we are using very small energy, very low energy. And besides this technology, there are some kinds of CO2 capturing technologies which are more when you use another technologies, you have to use a lot of energy to refuse the CO2 from the air. But with our technology, it is less than the others. This is another opportunity of our technology. When we use these materials and we get some graphitic nanoplateless material, you see the also picture of the material over there. It is very thin than your hair, like 1,000 times smaller than your hair. And when we applied this material to our asphalt, we are reducing also emission of the toxic gases. So what is this valuable and great super material? The graphene is the remarkable material composed in a single layer of the atoms. Oops, sorry, I didn't pass it. So this unique structure allows the graphene to be lightweight, durable, and possess the excellent conductivity, enabling the various technology applications. Besides the additive of the asphalt, we can use this graphene in another sectors also. So graphene versatility enhances its potential in both natural and synthetic material. With that technology, while you are using the plastic materials, we can also use the graphite to make another valuable graphene, by the way. So why graphene is important in these days? Because it might be the world's the most valuable material, and it has enhanceable of the applications, such as I will be showing here. Like we can use this graphene in metal sector, concentrate sector, water filtration, smart apparels, solar panels, sports equipments, and so on. And like according to these variable kinds, we also I would like to mention how big the graphene types and the marketing segments. As you see on the right side, the blue thing that we are capturing, we are doing with our technology, and we can use our material besides the asphalt additives. We can also use as a composite and also energy storage material. So like as you see on the left side in here, all around the world until like 2024, almost like 72 million billion, sorry, 7.2 billion dollars, like different kinds of countries are invested for the produce the graphene. So next step. So like as I understand our material, now let's move on to our project with Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change. And we did this project according to like collaboration with the Konya Metropolitan Municipality, which has launched in the reduction of air and noise pollution through the asphalt coating pilot project. By utilizing graphene, a material synthesized from the plastic waste, and using a special method which is carbon capture system, we are improving the quality of asphalt while simultaneously reducing and the native impact of the road construction maintenance. So it's hard to control both of them in the same way. What is this project's benefits? Transforming plastic waste into the circular economy, and through the innovative recycling methods, enhancing the asphalt quality while reducing emission with this advanced carbon capture technology, prolonging the life cycle of asphalt roads and minimizing the maintenance through the smart solution, creating a sustainable road networking in Turkey. Which will be like nation the emission reduction goals. So I would like to share with you our partners for our projects. Republic of Turkey, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change is one of our ministry partnership, and our local collaboration is Konya Municipality of Konya, and another academic supports are Montan State University and Süleyman Demirel University, and our technological leadership is Dalata Group and Hexagraphene, which is my company, and another international partnerships are Tabak and QNB Finansbank and Innotech Alberta, which is mainly officed by the Canada. So I want to give you some details about our projects, like how we develop and where we are right now. As stage one, graphene obtained from the plastic waste, and we become a graphene to the additive for the bitumen. Then primary raw material for asphalt at different temperatures like 100 and 160 and various different concentrations like 1%, 2%, 3 and 5%. Especially, we did these resources as in lab scale at the first stage, and then as a second stage, I had a chance to do this project in a municipality of Konya. They give us some road which is called Ali İzzet Begoviç Street in Konya, and which road is heavily used area. Yeah, usually like heavy trucks and like they have very high traffics over there. So while we applying our application to do bitumen and to mix, as a asphalt, we had a chance to reduce the also temperature. So the asphalt laying was carried on we had a chance to start our project in June 3rd. Sorry. So according to our pilot project, we measured and analyzed some contracted 6 key analyzed groups, which are like toxic gases, heavy metals, halogen analyzers, noise analyzers, Marshall tests, which are like penetration, softening points, ductility, rotation, thin film heating, and etc. And so on. We had also chance to do the Hamburg wheel tracking test, so superstructure test, which are like British pendulum test and electromagnetic density gauge and strength and roughness test. So as a stage 3, after we applying our road and it has been done to be settled down, then I had a chance to touch with Taiwan Architecture and Building Center. They have a power to give some sustainable certification. Actually, I touched to them to get some certification for my technology, which is like carbon capture system. But when they hear about our project, they were very interested to certify these road as a sustainable road project, because because graphene modify the road, encouraging the global validity. Additionally, the cooperation will be established with the international institution and organization interested in supporting our pilot project to do this process. So who is involved after I touched to the TABAC? Sustainable Road Certification Process, Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change, Konya Municipality, Süleyman Demirel University, European Union Special Environment Committee, Taiwan Architecture and Building Center, Japan Sustainable Building Construction, Hexagraphene Nanotechnology, Dalata Trading Group, and QNB Finance Bank. These are our involved partners right now. And for fourth stage, establishment of special synthesized graphene production facility from plastic waste. We would like to develop this technology in Konya. So when we develop this technology, when we make this technology bigger than what I have right now, we will be reducing plastic waste, reducing carbon emission, reducing the cost of graphene to be used in asphalt, and also improving human and environmental health. It will have an economic impact on our country as it takes part in the global market. And I would like to show you some results of our project. As you see here, when we calculate that there is some flammable and exhaustible gases are completely was absorbed by our product, and also 92% decrease in the H2C rate was observed with the graphene additive also, which is so honored to, As you see here, this is the preparation of traditional butim while they are preparing it. It's, as you see, it's fuming here, but on the right side, on the right side, there is no fuming. I couldn't move to this video. I don't know why. Now it's moving actually here, but I can't touch over here. By the way, and this is the transfer of traditional asphalt technology. As you see on the left side, it's fuming, but on the right side, and which is like just a small amount of the graphene, and we reduce the graphene itself. We reduce the, not graphene, we reduce the emission, sorry. And as you see here, this is the applying of the traditional asphalt technology. And here, this is done by us in Konya, in a pilot project. I don't know why the right side videos are not working, but as you see, it's all like, it started right now. There is no fuming, nothing. And all the workers were saying to us, it is very happily to work with this material. And according to these healthy issues, it's also improve the material of bitumen. And with we have some penetration softening point and ductility results, and also stranging and roughening results. So these are some pictures from our pilot project, and we measured also this road become a noiseless road, and which is very happy to have that as a result, because we were expecting it, when you do some lab research and then you apply to the pilot project, sometimes it might be happening same as what you did in lab, but it's honored to see that it happened. And also we are temperature the measurement of the graphene enhanced asphalt are ongoing on. Until now what we are measuring, we saw that we can use this material in some countries, some hot countries, like Gulf area countries or so on. It will be helping them to use this material to, quit melting bitumen inside of the asphalt. So as a conclusion, our project is circular economy and plastic waste recycled material, and it reduced the carbon emission reduction, improved the human and environmental health, and also it saves the energy. So carbon footprint reduction, significant operational cost reductions, first asphalt road with international sustainable road certification, eligibility for the carbon trading and global sustainable certification. And until this moment, I would like to, Mr. Dr. Ekrem will explain the details of how our project affects the international area, and also carbon trading and so on. So thank you so much for listening me.
Thank you, Dr. Koygun. Please have a seat. I mean, looks like a miracle. We collect plastic waste from the streets, plastic bottles, and it transforms to graphene. Then we put this graphene into the asphalt mix. When we apply it on the road, according to measures and according to performance of these innovative asphalt, less noisy, less polluted, less energy consuming while producing that asphalt, and no smoke, no fume. So we are looking forward to seeing the final ultimate analysis results, we, as the Ministry of Environment of Turkey, we believe in this project, and together with the Konya Metropolitan Municipality, we are fully support. We are looking forward to seeing the results. Thank you. And now, next panelist, next speaker will be talk about almost same application. I mean, on road pavement from EMAK Group CEO Mr. Emre Gencer is gonna mention about us today. Their asphalt plant and aggregate plant, which is nearly zero dust and no pollution. Emre Gencer, floor is yours, please. You can use here.
Thank you, General Director of Turkish Environment. I'd like to thank actually the Minister of Environment and Climate Change for giving us this opportunity to make a presentation about our technologies which we have developed maybe since 30 years. So continuing with asphalt, before I explain, I'd like to give you very brief information about who we are and what we do. We are Simge Group, a group consisting mainly two companies. EMAK is a company that produces asphalt production equipment such as asphalt plants. Also, we produce aggregate plants that we have patented Challenger and Megaton, special innovations, which I will speak about now. And we also produce other road building equipment. And Simgemat is a company that produces asphalt and aggregate. In our business, we call stone production aggregate production. So whenever I say aggregate, it means stones. Aggregate means stones crushed into different fractions. So this is sometimes going by itself, but maybe you are doing it, it's going faster. Okay, so this is a stone quarry. In my presentation, I will speak about two things: stone quarries and asphalt plants. But since stone is the essential part of asphalt, is the main ingredient of asphalt, raw material, our business begins here. And stone quarries are also places that subject to pollution. Enormous pollution come from stone quarries, dust emissions. So I will speak about these dust emissions, and then I will continue with asphalt production in my presentation. So this is a picture that, by the way, may I ask a question? Anybody in the business or everybody out of the business? Like, is there people who are in the asphalt and aggregate business? May I see? Except I know the government.
There is municipality.
There's municipality, but the rest is.
He is in the business.
Okay, so the rest is not in the asphalt and aggregate business. Therefore, I'll try to be a little bit more, clear about what I'm speaking about. So remember this picture. This is a picture 30 years ago, 35 years ago. This was one of our quarries that we used to operate. On the left side, and on the right side you see an asphalt plant that we used to operate. But you quickly notice how dusty it was. It was very dusty, it was creating a lot of pollution. And also our asphalt plant at that time, asphalt plants are machines also creating a lot of CO2 emissions, because asphalt plants are working with high temperature. We have to heat the asphalt up to 160 centigrade Celsius, sometimes even 300 centigrade Celsius. Therefore, it's a source of emission. And I will start by first explaining the stone quarries. So our first goal was to focus on the quarries and try to, we used to have a lot of complaints from our neighbors. There was the complaints, there was problems with the people living around. So what we have noticed, like how can we decrease this pollution? First thing we noticed, whenever we crush the aggregate, we have this huge stockpiles of aggregate in our work sites. So we decided, let's find a system without this stockpiles of aggregate. Secondly, water pulverization. Water pulverization used in Europe, in United States, in everywhere in the world in order to reduce pollution, in order to reduce dust emissions. But there is a problem. We are going to produce asphalt with it, so we are going to heat something that is extremely dry. So that means lots of energy and lots of costs to do so. But even worse than that, this water is a fresh water that we need. So we cannot use salty water, we cannot use seawater. This is the fresh water that we need. So we put this water into the work of dust, reducing dust, which is such a waste and which is such a waste for our waters. So we had to find a way not use water pulverization in our systems. So, and I will tell you another thing, the use of lorries and trucks, the use of lorries and trucks. So the reason we don't want these in our quarries, as you see, they create a lot of pollution, they create a lot of dust emission, also they move around a lot. They create a lot of CO2 emissions, and also moving around such a traffic like that is another hazardous situation for the work sites. So I'm coming to now moving to preparing aggregate for asphalt. So what we have is fractions of aggregate in order to feed to the asphalt plant. But we noticed something, that the finer the aggregate, the higher the moisture. The bigger the size, the ballast aggregate, is very less moisture. So this is something we noticed at this point, and we decided once we store big aggregates like rocks like this in our work sites, it doesn't create much dust. It is not get affected by the rain, and it doesn't get too humid. So this is how we began everything. So, and also we eliminated, as I'm saying, finer aggregate. So in 1994, we created a system where we feed our system with big rocks, like what we call ballast aggregate, and then we crush, we sieve, and we stockpile, and then feed it to the asphalt plant next to it. In the same system, that was 94. And let me tell you how it's done. Like when we have the aggregate ready, the aggregate is fed to the asphalt plant and heated. So this is the trick. When we have low moisture material, the energy that we spend drops to 40 kilowatts per ton, which was normally in the world generally accepted number for producing 1 ton asphalt is 80 kilowatts per ton, and that creates 12.64 kilogram CO2. So this wasn't something we expected. This is what they call is a surprising effect that took place when we were just trying to reduce dust emissions. So after that, we start to improve our system. So this is in 2004. We are adding more and more features to our system. This is 2016. What happens is, like on the left side, this is asphalt plant. On the right side, it's the aggregate preparation. They are integrated now. We have integrated two systems in the one system. And what happens is now it is much more sophisticated. We have the recipes, we have everything ready and automated system. So we feed the aggregate, and the system itself prepares the necessary aggregate at the necessary quantities and feeds it to the asphalt plant. What is happening here is everything is now closed system. Everything is closed, no dust goes out, and energy is saved. We keep the energy. So this was that, and let me show you the results of what took place. In conventional system, minimum 5% humidity we work with. In different climates such as England, Europe, Russia, places like that with high humidity, this number 5 goes up to 12. And then the energy is spent almost 80 kilowatts. So the CO2 number is over there. And our system, Megaton or Challenger, Megaton is the big one, Challenger is a smaller one, much lower humidity, halved energy consumption, and almost half the CO2 emissions released. So now everything that I told you, I will show you in a very short film, 2 minutes. You'll see the exact operation. So this is a quarry where we obtain virgin aggregate, and we carry this aggregate to our crushing. Like this is what we call primary crushing. This is same everywhere. And this is the material which is what we call ballast material, very big size material. Instead of fine material, instead of dust, we have this. So we carry the material to the system now. So from now on, you see that all the operation, crushing, sieving, storing and feeding is taking place in the same system. You see the sieving unit of the plant. While we do the sieving, while we do the crushing, we get all the dust. All the dust is captured because dust is a pollution, but at the same time, for us, it's very expensive. Dust is an industrial product that we sell with a high price. So it is there. And then the system prepares necessary aggregate for us. This system has 3,000 tons of asphalt capacity. It has a very high capacity actually. And after here, you'll see that we can have all the materials, any kind of aggregate is ready. And the system is a central system connected to concrete plant. If you need concrete, the concrete is ready. If you need asphalt, asphalt is ready. Or other types of material that is used in the road construction, everything ready. So this is the same place that you saw the picture before. So the same place became like this, and as you see, everything is done through conveyors. No transportation with trucks, no transportation with lorries. Very clean working site. So let me come to the conclusion. So by using these technologies, 1 million tons of asphalt production, we have, instead of creating this, we have half of the energy that is necessary. So the energy is saved, the CO2 is half of the CO2, and the dust emissions, if you look at to the left side of the screen, you see the fields, the forest is over there, natural area is not affected by the dust. So very minimize dust emissions. And when you look at the system, nothing is carried with trucks, nothing is carried with loaders or so on. So this is the conclusion. Imagining in Turkey, we have 30 million tons of asphalt produced each year, 30 million. So in Europe, this number is 300 million tons per year. 300 million tons of asphalt is produced in Europe. So by using this technology, such amounts will be available, will be reduced. So this is my presentation. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gencer. Well, congratulations. Very good project. I am thinking now in your asphalt recipe, if we use graphene, what's going to happen? More environmentally efficient system. Thank you for your effort. Now, last but not least, speaker, Dr. Ekrem Hamid. He's going to mention about emission financing and emission management opportunities around the world. I mean, all these R&D project and new innovative approach is important, but finance is the most important thing. Please, Dr. Ekrem, floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. How are you? I have the easiest part of everybody, which I talk about money. Everybody love. Okay. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Sure, of course. Okay. One of the things that I want to, before I start, I want to mention something which I definitely it's worth mentioning. I work with many countries around the world, many organizations, including the United Nations, including different around organizations. One of the things I found here in Turkey, the high commitment for environment, which I could not find anywhere else in the world. By creating innovation project, by participating in innovation ideas. So from the Ministry of Environment, I remember one meeting only with and then suddenly we already have an agreement, okay, let's go and finish this one. With Konya, anything that had to deal with environment technology, environment things, they work through and they accept at once to work with. To work about finance or to talk about finance, we have to talk about the road to finance. The road to finance, we have to look into international body to certificate the project we are doing, to certificate the process we are doing. Also, it's one thing very important. This road project that for Konya and Dr. Gozda, it's the first project ever in the world will be certified. That's never been done before. It's never been, there's no such standard for that. So we created a consortium from the Japanese, the Taiwanese, the AU. So we have to convey actually special committee in the AU to do actually this certification. It will take another 8 months to finish. And with this one, actually Turkey will have the leading role into the standard for the new road using graphene. And this is really very, very prestigious issue. Certification, certification is not all the same. Different type of certification, different type of things leading to different things. Most important for the certification to lead to two things. First of all, creating value for the CO2 and creating road to finance to attract a green fund and a green finance. As a certification to do value for CO2, again, CO2 is not the same. While maybe traded in Singapore, in Philippines for $13, it's traded in AU, in Taiwan or so for $35. Reason why? Different type of certification and different type of measurement. To do these things, to actually to leverage these things for finance, what we created, we came up with the Taiwanese government and we created a platform. It's the hardest platform ever in the world. To create certification for it. However, although it's hard to do the certification, but it's cut almost 50% of the work for finance. As our certification already approved by 117 different green funds around the world, including European, including the Dutch, including in China, in Taiwan, in Canada, in America or so, which make it very, very easy to that. And I will share a small example into this issue. Our certification also lead to part of the road process, which is, we already now, we are working with Konya municipality. We are doing 4 buildings for them as a zero net building certification, which they already passed and they already work through that. But we did not stop there. We used the certification to actually create a finance scheme to retrofit the building we certified without actually, Konya spending any dime. We actually created like a saving scheme. From the saving energy they get, they retrofit their buildings without actually having any problem or any out of bucket money from there. Finance, green funding. Everybody want it. Everybody will go after it. A lot of issues coming through. The fact is, money had important 2 characters since being created in the world. First of all, money, love more. Wherever you go, you have to love more money. Any money, always go for more money. The other part, money is a coward beast. The first sign of trouble, money will leave. In any investment, in anywhere. So by creating this type of certification, what we did, we are creating kind of a safe haven for money to have a little bit more checklist to say, I'm more secure here, I'm more safe here to be able to work with these issues or so. One of the things that I notice, especially in Turkey, I'm not from Turkey, I'm from Canada. However, I work a lot in Turkey, and the reason that because of the advanced thinking into this process or so. A small example what happened with us, we worked in a project with TINMAC. TINMAC is the Energy Research Center in Ankara for the Energy Ministry. For 3 years, they were trying to finance one of their building or one of their projects, locally or internationally, unfortunately with no success. We came in, we created the same scheme for them or so. Within probably about 2.5 months, we had over 14 investors lining up, asking for how to join. And actually one of the investors went ahead and sent us money before even we signed with him to make sure that he's part of the, the process we are doing or so. In Konya, they wanted to build, after they finished this project, they wanted to do like a power plant, a plant that's using graphene, using the waste plastic they have or so. Before even we actually officially announced it, Kuwaiti National Fund came to us and offered us the money. Qatar offered us money. Canada offered us the money or so. Because of this type of certification, it's a very rigid certification, rigid part of doing this, but finance, when you do the hard work in the beginning, it becomes easy after that. So it's important to understand this process or so and understand what the green fund and what need to be done into green fund. Actually, when we talk about many different projects and we talk about waste and so, personally, I never like the word waste because it's not a waste, it's a commodity. If you know how to use it and if you know how to work with it, it's a commodity, it's worth money. The idea is that where to put it, how to leverage it as money. And we have some, like the waste of plastic, it become important, very important part of a graphene, which enhance the productivity of road and so through that, and it helps through many issues, cement, other part or so. What do we do with money, or how we get this money or so? Money, you need to create a value for money to be attracted. You need to create a safe haven for them or so. The certification will create the safe haven. The value actually had to come from the waste or the commodity waste that's coming out. This is what we are working with, and this is what we do. From the energy saving, that's a commodity. We transfer it into commodity, and this commodity now we can actually bank it. I can go to any bank around the world and say, I have money saving, like energy saving for the next 10 years, I want to sell it. And they will give me money ahead of it. So I can do whatever changes I need to work with it. So you have to understand the green money is different than normal money. It's not, I don't go to a bank and say, okay, give me a loan for such and such. I have to do it in a different way, understanding the environment impact of it. I'm not going to, bore you with money issues and numbers. So it's my love and my passion numbers. I can talk for hours for it, but I will keep it. So if anybody have any question or anything, please feel free. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ekrem Hamid. Well, today the side event program, the last one, regarding green and innovation in emission management. Very good examples we heard about circular economy issue and financing and R&D and waste management, everything. I hope the final results we will be showing in the COP31 in Antalya, hopefully. Thank you for everyone.